Hello? Hello, hello? Hello out there. So, we got some decisions to make. Decision making to do. Lots of decisions to consider. Lots of decisions to consider. Oh boy. What to do about the situation, about the ever-growing situation. Decisions to be made. Sometimes you get, decision block. You don't know what to do. Or normally, you have all the answers. You know a lot of stuff. You're really intelligent. You can just come up with a very simple answer, logical solution to not everything in life. And then you just get this thing that happens, that seems simple. It should be simple enough. It should be a simple enough answer. But there isn't. There just isn't one. decisions, deciding things. Yeah, it's the sort of thing where, like, you know, you give that advice to decisions to make, man, decisions. So, like I said before, this channel's a waste of my fucking time. This platform's a waste of my fucking time. And YouTube has done this on purpose. Competition has done this on purpose. The cutthroat competition has done this on purpose. And the point is for you to feel like you need to go somewhere else, or feel like you need to leave, or feel like you want to quit. It's always that. And you know, like it's just been never ending. You know, at times we've, you know, it's come full circle back to that. You know, where it's just kind of obvious that that's really all this is. Where the people that are already integrated are so integrated, they actually do control the platform to a certain degree, and it's not good. You know, controlling that much advertising and what ads people actually see, and that to the degree that, like, all right, for example, there's a good number of streamers that will sit here and have tools and stuff to know who is in their stream, but there'll then be a good number of streamers out there that won't understand how that works, and won't understand how to ever have something like that, and won't understand that it's not really technically something you're allowed to do, but there's a lot of people out there getting away with things like that, where they just have these, you know, like where you've heard the thing where somebody knows if you're in their stream or not. So you're not really technically supposed to be able to do that. Technically, no streamer has no organic ability to see whether you're in their stream or not. They really can't do that. So you go into their stream, it doesn't tell them on any level, any way, who is in that stream. It shows up as a view. That's it. Yeah, there's these streamers on this platform that have ways of doing this, and of monitoring this, and utilizing this to their advantage and stuff like that. And there's a good number of people that think this is like trolling, or think that it's like no, actually what you have to understand is that this platform is full of viewbotting. It's full of people that cheat. It's full of people that have figured out a definitive way to do that, to do exactly that, to cheat. And the sheer number of fraud that if the FBI or somebody would actually investigate and like trace it back is undeniable. Like it's absolutely insane. The only thing I can say is that at some point the FBI or somebody in the government so corrupt, saw how much corruption there was and simply took advantage of it instead of doing something about it. Where we didn't have an Abraham Lincoln situation happen, we didn't have a JFK situation happen, We had a Donald Trump situation happen where somebody took advantage of the crime and fraud that was going on instead of doing something about it. Which is exactly what's going on in this country and around the world, where everybody is coming out of the woodwork because of the number one country in the world descending into fascism right before our very eyes does these things. It's real. It's happening. And people are in denial. You're in denial. You're just streaming like it's like a regular every day, like you can ignore that stuff. It's America. That won't be for long. I promise. I promise it won't be for long. Unfortunately, because you voted for Donald Trump and are going to allow him to vote J.D. Vance in office to reappoint power back to him. Like, whatever he does, the Republicans have sat here and gave all their power to that administration for them to sit here and do as much illegal, fraudulent crap as they can to rig this election. And it's probably going to happen. And it will be a descent into fascism. And everything that you know about the world will change. Just because the one world power that could put a stop to things and put pressure on these things isn't anymore. Is no longer doing that. And all poised on a man that's close to death. He's nearing the end of his life. And he's doing this to escape the consequences of the things that he did. Yes. He's trying to use he's making it so that the president can't use silence. Donald Trump has already started with this. Now it's Germany. Communism, fascism, whatever it is. And then you see censorship and bit rate and an NSA in the United States that actually attacks freedom of speech. Pretty solid, even though the signal is totally fine. So we'll just keep, documenting that the police in this country are not policing, they're not working for the law. We'll continue documenting that the police in this country are just attacking citizens, being disgusting terrorists that are just sitting here attacking citizens and are disgusting pedophiles. You realize they're the ones that are like the pedophiles, right? They're like covering it up and like pointing the finger at everybody else. You realize that, right? Like, they sit here and they look at so much shit on the internet while they're like cops and stuff, and then they just like pin it on somebody else. That's what they do. It's like, oh, come on. Yeah, we'll just keep showing this. How we have you realize we've had full service for the past however long we've been on this stream? So it's going to look really bad when we can prove that. Yeah. When we can constantly prove that you're doing that, it's going to look really bad. Yeah, it's Donald Trump's FBI, is what it is. Donald Trump's FBI is sitting here doing illegal things. Basically, they find out about a situation where somebody else was harassing somebody. Instead of doing something about it, they join in. And we're investigating all of this. We're investigating all this, but it's shifting around and causing a problem for the stream. even though we have like basically full cell coverage here, full service. We're just going to keep showing that. And we're all literally illegally investigating. We have evidence, and we can prove that I sell from full cost. Every single time I say Donald Trump or Donald Trump's FBI or I blame it on them, again, we start having disruption. They break up the stream. They try to break up what I'm saying. Just like last election when ending the stream, and we're not working. We're going to show all kinds of stuff. We're going to show basically that Donald Trump's it escalates as soon as we connection somewhere. How I can get all my text messages, send them all, and stuff like that. See all this data and shit like that, even though I'm not connected to my mobile data. And that is very obvious. That is somebody that works for Donald Trump's NSA that's a moron. This person's a fucking retard. They don't know what they're doing and has been screwing up. And then conveniently, they start harassing me and doxing me and causing problems for me because, again, they're a fucking retard that doesn't know what they're doing. So they masquerade as a Russian and yada, yada, yada. And meanwhile, they actually come on here and is so abhorrently stupid to actually admit who they work for because they actually think they're not going to get caught. They're actually so brazen as to say who they work for because they actually think they're not going to get caught. And then meanwhile, yeah. And it's so pathetic that these people actually try to claim that they're, federal agents of any kind. No, you shouldn't hold these people to that esteem. They're terrorists. They're literally just hacking terrorists that are sitting here for illegal reasons, spying on people. Like, it's for disgusting reason. Like, they saw something that they like, and now they're, like, infatuated with you, and they're, like, spying on you, and yada, 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 and this is what's actually happening, is Donald Trump works with disgusting criminals that do this and think like this. We all know it. How many times has he fired, like somebody went to jail and stuff like that around Donald Trump, yet conveniently he's the one that somehow isn't being held accountable for all the laws he's ever broken, even though he's broken a fucking shitload. Dude is literally should be the #1 most wanted on the FBI's list as President of the United States. So, do you remember when I told you what YouTube was doing? And do you remember when I told you that YouTube was sitting here working with Donald Trump's... Yeah, it goes deeper than that. Yeah, it goes deeper than that. Now, remember how I said that... If you guys remember how I would sit here and point out to you that now conveniently there's no trending and stuff like that, it's just too concurrent. Yeah, right. Do you remember how I would point out to you that we would get a like button that was locked, like where it was either locked at 0 or locked at, like, for some reason my like was counting an additional time. Now there's somebody liking the stream that only I can see. It's not counting, like, for the public's eye. There's somebody, and again, this is like some sort of weird psychological thing that they're doing to see how I react to this. And what they're doing is they're liking the stream where only I can see it. Just once. But again, it's not actually a real like. And I know that because they're fucking stupid. There's always some dumb thing they don't know about that they didn't They didn't do right, they didn't cover their tracks properly, and it's obvious they're just somebody's doing all of this. Because there's always something I find. That's the problem. They're just bad criminals. And so like this is the point, like they're not even like it's obvious they're not even like good at it. They're bad at it. And that's where we, like, even though the New York mob doesn't like Donald Trump, they can't fucking stand the guy. Apparently. So, anyway, ever since we were talking about this and the bitrate was maliciously shifting around all over the place, now there's no trending. Now it's just 2 0 1 0 2 1 0, just like we've talked about plenty of times before. Now I'm going to tell you something else that I've noticed, something that they think that you don't notice, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. I'm going to give this to you because YouTube is being very underhanded and sneaky. YouTube does not add features, they don't improve things, they don't fix things. I have learned this. I have learned this. This is not something I am just saying. This is definitive. Accept this as fact. So when you see a feature that YouTube has added, especially 2 of them, expect that these features were added for a reason, for internal communication. Like essentially something about this feature, they're going to either enable it or break it. And if it's broken on your channel, if that feature doesn't work on just that stream, not anything else, just that one, like it works on other ones, right? But you have something that breaks. Yeah, it means they have demonetized that stream and they're lying to you. For whatever reason, something you said, did, or whatever demonetized the stream. I'm gonna give you a freebie. This is why I came on here yelling at the camera, telling you guys what not to do. I was trying to help. I really was. I knew you guys had fake beef. I was gonna sit here and play stupid and play like I had no idea. You guys could have just walked away at any point. But meanwhile, you kept coming back. So you know what? I'm gonna give it to the guy that never did. I'm gonna give you a freebie here. I'm gonna give you a freebie. Okay? And I'm gonna give it not to the guy that puts pictures of his kids as his profile picture on YouTube. That's so weird. I don't know why you'd think that you should do that. I'm gonna give it to the obvious reference in the stream title. I'm gonna give you a freebie. Okay, because not because I think you need it, but because you're being milked and taken advantage of too, and I'm sick of it. So I'm just sick and tired of seeing it myself. So I'm doing this because I want to. So here it is, okay? Stable volume. This is not working. That stream was demonetized. That is their signal. That's the latest thing. Okay? And I'm going to tell you why it's happening on your streams too. I'm going to even tell you that. You're probably so confused. You're playing by the rules. You're not shouting. You're not being toxic. This is how disgusting YouTube. This is the point. YouTube doesn't communicate. This is why they're fraud. This is why we're going to sue the shit out of this platform, because you should communicate. I get to say whatever the fuck I want because you're playing psychological warfare with your goddamn content creators. It's fucking bullshit. So, Stable volume, if it's disabled, like grayed out, I'm saying like your video's processed yet that stable volume doesn't work. That means all monetization from that stream has been removed. And here's what I noticed, at least specifically with your streams. I'm going to give you a freebie. Here's where it comes into play for the person, again, referenced in the title. You consistently have people coming in your streams that are using celebrities' real names. And then, now, it'd be one thing if they were just doing it. You can't control other people. So that's not your fault. However, stop saying their name. Do not. Like, even if Dwayne The Rock Johnson gives you a super chat, don't say the name. You can't. That person knows what they're doing. They are intentionally causing some sort of problem for you while making it look nice. So they control you but disguise it. Because trolling went next level and I started calling that bullshit out. So now they're disguising it, and that's what they're doing, okay? And I promise you, that's why that's happening. It's not that it's not the toxicity. No, YouTube doesn't actually care about that. They literally don't give a fuck. You can sit here and you can literally. That's the fucking point. If you go on YouTube, you should be an adult, and that's it. And then you feel offended by something or something, like somebody is actually like hate speech and stuff like that. That's a little bit different. But if you came in there being toxic, that you did that, you know, I think even they understand that. The point is, anybody's coming in your stream as Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and then you say that name out loud, you are getting pull for that name. You're using that name in some regard, and now you're streaming. It's a live thing. So his name is now tied to that stream's monetization. He gets all of it. He trumps you, as the saying goes. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, it'd be one thing if you talked to Dwayne The Rock Johnson before doing that. But do you see what I mean? How I'm mentioning it too much? I shouldn't do that. But that's your example, and you're welcome. Because that's your problem. And again, you can't control what other people do. So yes, they can come in, and they can talk, and they can chat. But you need to communicate to them that if they send super chats or anything, you can't repeat that name. You can't say it out loud. You cannot utter that name, and if it shows up in a chat on your screen, you're responsible for that. So yes, if Dwayne The Rock Johnson, especially with his picture, is chatting in your chat and it's on your screen, you have to you better remove that real quick. It better be like half a second, dude, for them to reasonably say, okay, he tried. Otherwise, it looks like you're trying to get pulled from it. So stop doing that. You want to know why they're doing it? That's why. There's always some little psychological dumb thing they're not fucking telling you. So they shift your damn bit rate around, they lower your views, they say nothing because YouTube is disgusting. Meanwhile, I can sit on here and I can help people that I'll be honest with you, like we all don't agree on these things, like on the same things. We've all gotten upset at each other at various things for various reasons. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to sit on here and not think that you don't deserve help and deserve to still be a content creator. That's fucked up. You're not Donald Trump. You didn't sit here and do a bunch of illegal shit to take advantage of people and undo democracy. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not trying to get rid of you. You're not, you know, you didn't do all that. No, we get rid of actual problems. People that do illegal fucking things and make it a habit. The whole point is that person very clearly isn't for that and wants nothing to do with that type of thing and has made effort to show that, as have I, as have many others. So why would you cause problems for these people instead of... Yeah, I mean, like, and that's what YouTube does, just psychological fucking warfare. Oh, let's shift their bitrate around. Let's not give him... He'll notice. One of the 8 million different possibilities of why you could possibly be doing that. Yep, totally. This is what they think. Unbelievable. I get some food. If they're playing music, I'll just mute it. But this is also, like, another thing for me, too. Like, I don't feel the need to record in public and stuff. Like, you know that people are just using the business and the way the business looks to gain views for the stream and stuff like that instead of promoting that business. So that kind of bothers me, too. And then there's just people in that, you know, inside there just trying to mind their, get people working and so, like, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Alright. So I'm waiting on food. I was like pretty far down on the list, so that's pretty far down on the list. Look at it. I gotta go back in though. I gotta go back in. Ah, no filter today. I don't give a shit. It's so bright. I'm glad that I have sunglasses today. It's gonna be a few minutes, I think. Okay. There's like all these orders that like are online orders that came first, and the people aren't even here. So that's what I was waiting on. People that aren't even here. I mean, I just got a hot dog, man, and some fries. Oh man, it seems squished. Hopefully not. Nice. Nice. That's how it's cool. All right. It was worth the wait, right? Oh my god. It's not normally this soggy. So the hot dog's burned. Interesting. Oh, ketchup and shredded cheese. Colby Jack. It's normally pretty good, but it's a little soggy today. Fries are good. Which is good because I was a little worried. There was one day I came and I just had so much salt on them I couldn't eat them, but they've been fine. Like, it was inedible. It was like to the level of inedible. Like, I'll eat extra salt once in a while. I'm not gonna sit there and complain too much. I mean, we all know I don't you know, it's not like I gotta worry about the diet too much or anything like that, but it's more like it does not taste good at all. It was just awful. There's also another hint in the title too I think it's rather obvious, though. I don't think it's too much of a hint. I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think I even need to say anything else. It's a pretty valid question, to be honest with you. For anybody that hasn't watched that channel since the very beginning. I'm a spaceman, got a rocket on my back. Spaceman. If you haven't listened to Electric Callboy right by now, what are you doing? If you haven't listened to Electric Callboy by now, what the hell are you doing? Like with your life. Just a valid question. And if you haven't, you have to hear Elevator Operator. That needs to be like your first. You need to see the video where they're nerds in the beginning. I'm going to the elevator with the Elevator Operator. And then one of the first, if not the first, no, I think it's actually the first floor they go to, he's like this. It's literally just a full, like, cats just laying around. And they're like, and then at the same time, like, it's like super heavy. I love how heavy it is. Can't beat that scream. That's really good. Well, I mean, custom code. But that's saying something. You know, it's a good scream, man. Seriously, it's one of the best I've heard in a while. I mean, not that there's still not really good screamers out there, but I just mean, like, I hadn't heard Electric Callboy until somewhat recently, so that's why I'm putting that out there too. Like, you need to go listen to Electric Callboy, because I had no idea of their existence until somewhat recently. And yeah, Elevator Operator is actually pretty new. I think it's only a few months old, though. Seriously, I think it's only a few months old. It's like one of their new. 'Cause I wanna show you my world when the beat goes up and down. Let me open the door, Elevator Operator. Bah, bah. Bo, bo. There's a gay joke in it too. Oh, it was hilarious. Because I don't know. I sort of get the impression that some of the members might have come out, might be gay, and some might not be, which is fine. I think people need to be accepting of that and understanding of that, because they probably are in the band too. Like, they're probably all friends and they get along and stuff. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know that. I don't know anything about them. I just get there's like a joke in the video where they said something, like they made like a gay joke. It was like, I want to be like him. I want to be with him. He's like, nah, forget about that. Yeah, the other guy's like, nah, forget about that. No, sort of like pointing out that it's okay to, if there's like, you know, some guys think that way and some don't. That's the way you should feel. It should be as nonchalant as breathing, man. No threat to anybody. But yeah, like I said, I don't even know. I don't know much about them. Maybe they're all like married and with kids, and I have no idea. Wouldn't surprise me. You know, like the whole thing of like I've said that before, the psychological thing where people deduce if someone's gay or not. It's not a definitive science, and not only that, some people wear it on their, like, just wear it, and others don't. That's what you have to realize, is like, it's not, don't ever think that that's something that you're going to always be able to do with people, and also that's a stereotype. It's not really fair to be doing that either. So don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't do that stuff. Like, if it's obvious, it's mean to sort of say it's obvious too. Like, don't, you know what I mean? Because, like, that's the point. You're pointing that out. And so, like, why bother? When I point out something the person's good at, or just not saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, yeah, just because somebody dyes their hair, or, you know, wears, like, a bright colored shirt or something, it's got nothing to do with that. It's not that stuff. It's not. It has nothing to do with it. It's and it's not like I said, it's not an exact science, not an exact thing. You shouldn't, and it shouldn't be a generalization, because it's not real. It's not. That'd be like saying that everybody that goes bowling drinks beer. You know, it's a stereotype. I mean, is it probably true? Yeah, like, I mean, come on, who doesn't, like, that's funny, right? Like, that's the point, it's supposed to be funny. Like stereotypes were funny. It was a way to, like, laugh at, like, make jokes and stuff. You're not supposed to use it to actually bully people. The people that it's true about, like, kind of laugh with a little bit, and then, like, maybe better yourself. Don't drink so much beer next time you go bowling. I don't know. You know, like the whole point is to sort of laugh with it instead of bullying the person, and then we move forward out of that. We move forward into the future, where maybe you do a better job of guarding your the things about you that other people can use to bully you. Does that make sense? Like, the whole point is you call that out for them so that the enemy doesn't use that. And so that's what it should be for, and not, you know, what it's become, where people can't take a joke anymore. I'm super offended by something. But like, there's a difference between being personal and saying an offensive joke. There actually is. You have to realize that. You have to realize that, like, everybody's going to have a different line too, I think. So try to realize that there is a line. And then while, like, people may, like Daniel Tosh and South Park and stuff like that might step way over that line. Understand that they're not saying it to you. They're saying it about you. They're not in front of you. They're not doing it. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you are a celebrity and you have done something so stupid that they get to make fun of it, it's the sort of thing where we should all see how ridiculous that is, where you're acting like that, and you should stop doing that thing because everybody sees it. That's the fucking point. And meanwhile, some people just double down like idiots and don't realize the point. And it just makes it worse. Makes the hate worse. It divides people more. And so just realize that there's a difference between, because now like let's say that person again wants to attack somebody just because they made a joke. Well, was the joke not like, it was kind of true, right? So they told you the truth, something that would cause harm to you or somebody else, sort of made a joke about it, and now you look foolish. What made you look foolish, the joke or you? Like, if you hadn't ever been doing those things and stuff like that, would you still, you get what I'm saying? We are having full interference here. That's why it's like all like that. So again, if I just sort of switch, it'll stop doing that, but it's temporary. They're just causing a problem. See, that's actually the permanent damage YouTube caused to my device. It's actually a pretty new device too, but it does that after it does that if they've been screwing around with the device, getting it to draw too much, because again, it's overheating and shouldn't be. It's plenty cool in here, got air going, it's not super hot, it's the sort of thing where this shouldn't be happening. And when I switch it like this, it's totally fine. So again, it's not actually overheating, they've damaged the device. And like I said, it didn't do that until they knew I had a new device and started damaging it on purpose. It's like I've said that they have been doing for... This is why you don't get on and tell anybody your PC specs and your what you're streaming with, this stuff anymore. That's why you don't do it. Because the competition's on here to destroy your devices. And if you notice, when I switch, if you notice, it flips it for a second. That's how you know that my camera is broken permanently, because they have broken that from their end of things. It's literally just a hacked device. See how it flips, and it does it on both sides too. That's how you know that they're hacking the device regularly to look at the camera, because the camera's flipped the other way for them. So they break it so that way they can look through it and it's not flipped. It's literally a permanent hack that literally breaks the device so that they can see it the correct way around. So this is what Donald Trump's FBI is up to. And we've already proven that there's plenty of other people on this platform that have that issue. Where this became more prevalent after Biden lost the election, Trump won, and all these things started happening. And he promised he was going to start doing things. So the whole point was he started doing illegal things, using the FBI for surveillance and stuff like that, for the people that he would determine were going to be people that could possibly sway the vote one way or another in certain states that were pinnacle. Me being one of them, obviously. So they've been screwing around with my shit. It's the sort of thing where when you live in a swing state, they're going to sit here and harass you. They're redistricting Texas halfway through the decade when they're not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to happen for another couple of years. That's why Democrats fleed the state. Well, they're fleeing to actually prevent illegal shit. They're fighting back. You're not supposed to redistrict the thing. Like, you're supposed to wait a few years. It's right on par with it, what that piece of shit does. So we've talked about this before, and about how it gets all smooth all of a sudden. This is the same. It's the same thing that they do to the Prism app on the PC. It's the same hack. That hack is what they're doing. Yeah, if you remember where, like, I can't even use the Prism Studio app on PC any longer. Basically, even my virus software is like, nah, we don't, you can't. Nope. Not anymore. Like, every time I even try to start that thing, it shuts it down. It literally just goes, boom, no. Don't use it. Stupid. Don't even start it up. It's so sad. It's so sad that Donald Trump really is. And if you remember, we talked about this. We talked about, because, again, Prism is something Obama started. But, again, it's not that. Prism was just the name of a thing that he did. It had nothing to do. It has nothing to do with Prism Studio. This is how stupid Donald Trump is, and how stupid the people are that work around him. Like, literally, they're this fucking stupid. And so, like, their dumbass AI that they're using to shut things down is hacking, automatedly hacking Prism. Because they're using automation, they're using AI automation on the NSA level to hack things. That's what they're doing. While calling it deregulating AI. So they're deregulating AI so they can regulate it, so they can lie to you and say it's deregulated while putting misinformation. Remember when I searched Gemini several times and it was convinced Donald Trump wasn't the current... It's like, Donald Trump's not the president. It's important to remember Donald Trump's not the president. That's what it said. It said that. Gemini. Remember that. Remember, Trash Gemini said that. Trash Gemini said that. That it was, it was super important to remember that Donald Trump is currently not president. Well, the point is that people watch my stream because it's smooth, and because I have the ability to have a smooth stream. So every single person that knows that that's why people watch breaks it. Every single person that has the data and has the ability to use my personal identifiable information that YouTube allowed to be doxed and spread all over this platform for literally years, they allowed it. They allowed it to go on. They knew what was happening, and they allowed it to go on for literally years. So because that happened, now, basically, yeah, that's what's going on, where every single opportunity that somebody would have to disrupt the stream, they are doing. Again, for the purposes of, any reason that people would be watching. So the moment the reason is because the stream is smooth or it's a nice stream, they cause a problem for that. The moment that they're watching because I'm good at the game, they start breaking the game. The moment that, anything happens where there's literally the reason they're watching is literally just because of the stuff I'm saying. Where they can't break anything about that. They can't break anything about what I'm saying. I'm on a roll. I'm continuing to go, so they abruptly end the stream. Kicking everybody out, making everybody think something happened to the stream, and now everybody leaves, and then even when we come back, they sit there and shift the bit rate around so maliciously nobody knows we're back. And nobody gets the alert, nobody sees we're back, even though every single stream that does that, we pretty much just come back right away, instantly. And they've done this for a long time. They've been sitting here doing this for a long time. Specifically more aggressively toward when I was trying to talk about Donald Trump heading into, tweets and stuff like that around the election time when I was trying to call out what was going on, specifically around them. It started more aggressively, and we know what that was. You know, it's not a mystery. And a lot of what's happening in this country, where people are getting breached constantly, well, conveniently, all that happened after Donald Trump was president. After the moron that had been in court a million times, had his data out there a million times, literally just did all these illegal things, all this paperwork, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, hackers and other intelligence organizations around the world can see that shit. So nobody here can see it, but everybody around the world can see it, and they can see what a fucking disgusting criminal that guy is, so they use that. And they start breaching people's data with the President of the United States, with the fact that this dumbass is in charge. And that's all that happens. We start getting breach after breach after breach because Donald Trump's people don't know what the fuck they're doing. And you all got breached because of piece of fucking shit Donald Trump. Literally, the Kaspersky breach that got me when I was using Kaspersky while streaming for over a year on the incorrect interface, which was a thing that it should have told me for that entire year, and it didn't. Conveniently, that breach also happened under Donald Trump's administration and happened to a federal agent under Donald Trump's administration. That's right, a federal agent was breached under Kaspersky at their home. This is how stupid Donald Trump's actual fucking feds are. They're literally fucking stupid as shit. So you want to know how you got breached? Donald fucking piece of shit Trump. I guess all the retard pen testers shouldn't have voted for him, since I know they did. I mean, not the ones that, obviously not the ones that didn't. I mean, like, you're not a retard, obviously. You can deduce that man's stupid. But, obviously, the regular general public can't. And again, we've talked about how the regular general public can't even do something as basic as drive down the road and then reasonably have police actually police their behavior. That's what our country has been up to for the past X amount of time that Trump's been in office, where basically police don't do what they're supposed to be fucking doing. They just work for Trump instead of working for who they're supposed to work for and actually backing up laws and that's why it's all happening. Like, literally just endlessly see people driving as fast as they want, like lunatics, and it's lawlessness, and it just gets worse every day. The more Trump comes out that like he's doing worse things and he's doing worse things. Well, so then these people just like, well, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna get to burn shit down and harm people, but they don't realize that at the end of the day, they go home, they can sleep soundly, and they can call the police or the fire company when something happens. They're taking for granted the things that the democracy that they've put together, the government they put together, does for them. And meanwhile, there's not going to be anybody there if this happens. They're not going to give a shit. It's going to be rich society, and that's it. It's going to be just like Pyongyang, where you have an entire city in North Korea that's where everybody lives, and everything else is in poverty, and they can't survive. They literally reap all of the natural resources from the land, exactly what Putin did. And remember, that's the biggest piece of land on the planet. He destroyed it by doing exactly that, and it's the biggest piece of land on the planet. So let me ask you something, since you think regulations are so terrible, and that's the massive difference between a democracy and fascism, I would actually go ahead and challenge you to question that logic. Because again, that's what those restrictions do. They prevent oil waste dumping in waterways and shit like that fucks up the ozone, the environment of the area and shit like that, where Donald Trump literally undid that restriction when he came into office. Things like that. Defunding the Environmental Protection Agency. Okay? We're talking about systemic global issues that will happen just because we're not doing it. And yeah, these are things that we all came to understand throughout the course of governing and respecting one another and working together throughout history. And yet, conveniently, right now, nobody is, and now shit's falling apart. Wow, you can't piece that together. You're so stupid, you can't piece that together. Wow. Wow. Meanwhile, the people that are going the speed limit and just being nice to each other in their cars and minding their own business, they're fine. It's the total jackass that you just heard squealing his tires just now. They can't even be bothered to wait patiently for a traffic light or match the speed of somebody in front of them to literally think about what they're doing for longer than a fucking second, to not be emotionally involved in their actions. Those are Donald Trump voters. Emotional, stupid fucking people. It's true. It's not the other way around. Donald Trump voters are the emotional, woke, stupid fucking people. And the problem with saying woke is you make it a thing. It should never be a thing. It should just be, changing with the times. That's what it always was. You change with the times. You evolve and change with the times. It's not woke. You're not woke. You just changed with the times because we evolve and change as we need to. Stop labeling it, because then you make it a thing. Then you make it a thing. When Christianity and godliness and all that stood for something, was before denominations, before this ridiculous go to church every Sunday nonsense and you're saved. And are you kidding me? And meanwhile, it says in the Bible we're not supposed to be divided, yet we have all these denominations and we pretend like purgatory exists and we can think differently about those things and stuff like that. Yet some churches would have you believe, if you think differently, you're just going to go to hell. Meanwhile, that's sinful. Meanwhile, you're toxifying that person's mind, telling them things like that. So who knows what they're going to do to themselves or feel like they need to do to... You get what I'm saying? Like somebody that feels like they deserve to be smited or something, they have some sort of problem or something, and now the church makes them feel worse. So instead of helping that person, you get what I'm saying? And then meanwhile, the church sits here and acts like they don't play a part in this, like they're not part of what happened. Well, they are. And pastors are being used by the FBI too, by the way. Pastors sit here and talk to people behind closed doors and think nobody's listening and stuff like that. Oh no, trust me, they're just listening through your cell phone and stuff. You gotta turn that shit off. Yeah, that's what they're doing. So you think you're not being spied on and everything's safe? No, it isn't. And they're affecting things on a religious level too by simply doing stupid shit like that. So just realize where we are. I'll be back. Realize where we are. What's up? God. Traffic. We got that traffic. So anyway, this country is descending into fascism, and again, that means a society of lawlessness where the only laws that exist is what the dictator says. You believe his nonsense. He doesn't defecate. He doesn't. He's a god. Like basically, like he'll be under that umbrella. He won't. Basically, you won't experience maybe a whole lot of backlash. I'm not sure, but your kids definitely will. Your kids will live in a society where, again, they will fight to survive. They will fight to even be able to find a place to work because there just won't be any viable businesses around that can survive in a society where everything's too expensive. It's geared for rich people. Essentially, if you're not rich enough, you can't even live here. And that much can be said about other societies too. But what you have to realize is like that society becomes less worthy. Whereas almost overnight, like once he started doing these things with the tariffs and stuff, our dollar started being worth like a good bit less, almost overnight, and that's not good. The U.S. dollar needs to stay number one, and it takes time for that to happen. It's really scary how close it's becoming. And a lot of that is Europe deciding to trade with other people, seeing that the U.S. is aligning themselves with fascism, Russia, and that type of thinking. And so that's what you're going to get. When you don't stand up to it, you embrace it instead. You voted for it. Well, the majority didn't. That's the point. The majority kind of knew. But, saying things like don't worry, in a few years we're going to have it rigged so you never have to vote again, that should concern anybody. The fact that anybody voted for that motherfucker after he said that, you're stupid. You are literally dumb. You cannot compute normal, average, general information, you're stupid. I'm sorry. Like, it's not like intended to be as an insult. You can't function in a regular society and understand what's right and wrong about the society. Yes, you're stupid. Yes. Unfortunately, the society made you that way. And the rest of the world sees us that way. Americans are stupid. That's the point. And that's why we're being taken advantage of. That's why Donald Trump looks stupid. Because he's the biggest dumb of them all. Like, he's taking advantage of us. We fall for it. People vote for him again. And again, like, he's not winning based on his merit. He's winning on rigged things where he's, like, very carefully getting votes in certain areas and stuff. Well, he knows he can't run a third time. He knows how incredibly illegal that is, despite him being a convict. Once he's out of office, he's out of office. So getting somebody to run who's faithful to reappoint power, that's what he's trying to do with J.D. Vance. Nobody in their right minds, nobody believes J.D. Vance is a viable candidate. Nobody would vote for that fucking guy. Nobody gives a shit. So what you have to worry about is him rigging this election where people would, by redistricting in states and stuff like that, where he's giving Republicans more power to lie, to make sure it is rigged so that does happen. That's what you have to worry about. The redistricting in Texas, literally like the most electoral votes of almost any other state except California, right? Right? Texas has a lot of electoral votes, a big state. It's a big fucking state. And the whole point is that the system is flawed when you're not giving more of those votes now to Delaware and Rhode Island. The purpose of that system originally was to give more power to the smaller states. How the fuck does it give more power to the small states when you have shitloads of electoral votes in the big ones? It doesn't make any sense. The Electoral College is the scam, and Trump's been using it. We've been calling that since forever. The Democrats have been trying to tell you the Electoral College is a scam, that it doesn't make any fucking sense. And meanwhile, they've been using it. Now, they're going to sit here, coup d'etat the entire democracy, all of our government, everything we've worked for, everything we fought for in Vietnam, everything we fought for in our Civil War, everything we fought for in a Revolutionary War, everything we fought for to maintain peace in the Cuban Missile Crisis and in World War II. Everything is going to be undone. All your forefathers rolling over in their graves at even the sight of such a fucking disgusting, despicable piece of shit in office. Let alone the fact that he is doing all of those things. He is doing it. Because there's nobody else. It's him. Why are people protesting? Because shit's bad. You have a right to a peaceful assembly, but you do not have the right to stop people, to impede other people, to force them to listen. So when you protest, don't block traffic, don't stand in the middle of the road, don't block a business. Do it in public property, where again, it's not interfering, people can get by you. You have a right to that. That's your freedom of speech. The moment that goes away, then you got to be concerned, and that is what we're seeing. We are seeing that. We're seeing people peacefully protesting after one night of violence, after a bunch of riots taking advantage of protests broke out at night, conveniently, in one of the most violent cities on the planet. And they took care of that. They took care of that shit. The police did their job. And then the next day, when it wasn't mobs anymore, and it was just some people, as it's always going to be, because it's a fucking city, Donald piece of fucking asshole shit Trump sent the Army Reserves out there as a political stance to confuse anybody that doesn't live in the area. All you gotta do is watch and see what's going on. There's nothing. Nothing was happening. Literally, the reserves were confused. They were just standing there in full gear, what time being wasted. They're just standing there, all dehydrated, all standing there for absolutely no fucking reason. And yeah, what a joke. What a joke. So now what they're doing is Donald Trump is taking all these triggered police that he knows are triggered, and he knows that he's manipulated them to be triggered, and he has all of them show up in D.C. with their FBI and DEA shit all on, and now what that's gonna do is that's gonna egg people on. They see that shit. You know, it's super obvious. Drop the frame out to break up what I'm saying conveniently. So we're to hack the car to car. That's what they did. And that's what they're doing to all the cars that the police are too fucking stupid doing. I'm going to show you below, even though we have full service. And what I'm also going to show you is the fact Donald Trump's FBI sits here and tries to actually attack citizens and make accidents happen to them and stuff like that. We're going to document all of this, okay? And again, to her vehicle a shitload prior to this convenient explosion that destroyed her vehicle, as you're trying to break up what I'm saying. So again, all these hacks were always to try to hack cars to cause some sort of accident or, again, cause something. So again, earlier when that bitrate maliciously shifted around, my car had an ABS warning light that I have never seen. Never had a single problem with my brakes. If anything, I have new shit back there, new shit going on. Oh yeah. So we're just going to go ahead and show all the evidence of this. So again, what they're trying to do is basically they're trying to make it so that your vehicle doesn't respond when you hit the brakes and stuff like that. Like I said, this was happening to my mom's vehicle all the way up until her vehicle exploded randomly one day, and malicious. And again, the bit rate is shifting around, has been shifting around ever since they did this, and that happened. That bit rate was shifting around, the light on my vehicle went off. And we are going to continue recording all the evidence. Full signal. We've shown plenty of evidence of it. The only difference is that now that I have this proof, it'll be every single stream. It'll be every single one now that I have this proof. Yep. It'll be every single one. Non-stop. point is that, like I said, that bitrate maliciously shifted around conveniently as that light and that warning system went off for the ABS, something I've never seen before. A brake warning light system. And again, this was the thing that was warning in my mom's car incessantly before her car exploded. And conveniently, there's a recall for a leak on the brake lines. So again, as I've called out before, police are fucking stupid. They dismiss things because they're stupid. They don't investigate things because they're fucking stupid. And they just go, oh, it's a recall. So meanwhile, some dumbass scammer can just sit here and use that because police are fucking stupid. So, just as I just pointed out, again, the bitrate maliciously shifted around. The warning light on my car has now come on. This will cost money. I will have to go to the mechanic and pay to get this fixed. This will be on YouTube. They will be financially liable for this. I will hold them accountable because, again, this happened while I was streaming, and we know this platform is unsafe. They will be financially liable. And then when we win our lawsuit, all that's going to happen is Donald Trump will be liable at the end of the day. Yeah, because the law is just going to come around. So this is, now you're starting to see and deduce and add up what's coming around to Donald Trump, where all these people sued, and he's running from that. And he's just doing the same thing with me and using the FBI to do it. Of all things. So we will continue proving this. And again, that light was never on. There's now actually my traction control light is constantly on, as if I were constantly losing traction too, even though, again, that comes on when you lose traction. It's never supposed to constantly be on. So again, indicating somebody hacked the vehicle. And also, as I say this, the bitrate maliciously shifts around even though there's nobody in here, thus confirming that there are people in here. And, instantly, right as I say that, we see those same two concurrents that are always in here. So we're just going to continue documenting for evidence for, again, everything that's been happening where we've been attacked. My mom's car was blown up. This is happening to multiples, though. She was the only one. And it's happening at Walmart because Walmart has such a sophisticated security system that they're using AI and Walmart's security system. So that's why it's happening at Walmart. So basically, as you drive to Walmart and you go through those traffic lights, they just track you, wait till you're at Walmart, and then you're just sitting there at Walmart. And so whatever, thing is turned on in your phone and stuff, again, like I said, I'm using the stream right now. I am sitting here using the fucking Grove. I literally was just sitting there. Never experienced this. And again, the traction control light is constantly on now. That's called a hack, where somebody hacks the vehicle to get something very expensive to happen, where they would have to fix this. I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit. I'm going to go ahead and say that certain mechanics in certain areas have employees that hold on to information and harass people specifically with the purpose of getting that vehicle. And I'm going to go ahead and say that this employee conveniently bounces around the area and works at various shops with the specific intent to conduct these attacks. And then conveniently, as all this is going on, again, that is constantly on. The traction control light comes on when you're like, it blinks on. That's what it's for. Maliciously low this bit rate gets, even though it shouldn't. Even though there's no reason it should. We're going to show that. We're going to show the difference in the signal. The bit rate, even 2 fucking bars on 4G LTE. So you're going to sit here and you're going to try to pretend like there's anything going on with that except you fucking pretend that. Interesting. That's some pretty fascinating stuff. Simply on, and that shouldn't be. And right as I say that, the signal drops again. Not the signal, the bit rate drops again, even though the signal has maintained. So we're just going to keep showing that. And we're going to keep showing that all they're doing is sitting here causing the device to overheat on purpose. And the damage that they're permanently causing, because I said that earlier. I said what I said about the device. So now they know that they are doing that. So then they just sat here and tacked it. Don't worry, you will absolutely, especially if you're in another country. If you're in another country, you're probably gonna be assassinated, actually. Just to let you know. If you're doing this and you live in another country, you're gonna get taken out. They're not gonna say anything, they're not gonna warn your leader, they're just gonna shoot you. Because I have the... see, that's what you don't realize. I have the CIA on my side. They do not like... They stand for everything I've been saying. They do not stand on the side of Donald Trump. That is an issue. If you continue, it will not end with you coming out of it alive. You won't come out of it alive. You're attacking a U.S. citizen. Terrorism, hacking. It's literal terror. So, again, we're going to show this, and we're going to show that they do this. Now, Pennsylvania has a long history of doing things to their residents that cost them money for their cars. I have been taught, if anybody's listening, feel free to go after the Pennsylvania state government, because there is a long history of the Pennsylvania state government doing things that harm people's vehicles to cause them to go to their mechanic. Like, for example, putting shitloads of stones all over the roads with the intent that the road lasts longer. All of these stones are rocketed into your vehicle at 80 to 100 miles an hour, and your brakes, cause your brakes to not work. They will destroy things. Yet this is what the state does. Interesting. Knowing that little stones are bad for vehicles, yet they just do it as a regular practice. The bit rate maliciously shifts around too. So again, we all know that the state is attacking my family. We've talked about that. That was the whole purpose of me telling you that, was that there's like no connection there except that the state's randomly attacking my family. And I told you that the one day. So that was the whole point, was to tell you, no, this is just police, and they're using police like people from the state are corrupt. It's just lying about all of it. So we'll just continue showing how low, maliciously low that drops when we say these things. I think, again, I think that that is very likely where you're having somebody from the state, essentially that, where because they're a state worker or something like that, they've learned about your channel or you or something like that, and they're just attacking you. And so they just lie and they make shit up because they're the ones that did something wrong. Like they were looking at it or something like that, and they were the ones that got caught. So instead of them getting caught, they're gonna try to make it seem a certain way and lie and stuff like that, and make, just make it really nasty. So basically that's what's going on. Now I'm gonna just go ahead and confirm that this is actually happening here. Yeah. So permanent problem now. And this was never on before. And remember, I told you guys that this was the light that was on, that they intentionally... So this was never on in my vehicle. I've never... You see how they're trying to do that? It wasn't like that earlier. Remember, it wasn't like that earlier? So that was what that's what they were doing. And they also screwed up my car. So like, remember, again, all I have to do is this, and bam. Now remember, this was never like this. Never, ever, ever was this on. Never once. Yet conveniently, as the bitrate maliciously shifted around earlier, this light then proceeded to come on. It was never on. Never once. Never a single time. Never once. Did you hear me sitting here like slamming my brake? No, nothing happened. I was driving slow. Yep. Now, I will tell you that I was on a bumpy road. So if bumps in the road can cause this absolute garbage, then yeah, that's the state. That's the trash fucking state. Again. But I promise you, this shit was not on. You heard it. You heard the sound. That's the sound you heard. And then you heard my vehicle proceed to give various random warnings. Well, they were radar warnings. So this person that's doing this is using the police vehicles. They're basically, what they're doing is they're trying to figure out where police are. And they're tracking police. And what they're doing is they're like trying to hack their vehicles and stuff like that. And all this means is that they're using the radar to do that. So therefore, that's why I was getting all those radar warnings and stuff like that, because there's nothing else to say about that. Why would they sit here that serves zero purpose? There'd be zero reason to do that. So, again, this is to blow up a vehicle. This was what was happening prior to that vehicle exploding. She had it at the mechanic regularly. They said it wasn't an issue. They kept saying it wasn't an issue. They kept saying it wasn't an issue. It's the sort of thing where they checked it a million times. There was nothing really actually happening. It's a mistake, where they are using this mistake to fool a bunch of retards into thinking, it's this or that, some recall or something like that. The car will give warnings, and then they'll be able to trace it back. It got this warning here and here and here. So all they'll do is see that this was the cause that no. Somebody did this, and that was what I wanted to show you. Like, I'm just driving around, I'm calmly driving. If anything, I'm like at a stopped position. I'm barely moving. ABS light. And again, remember, I said that the traction control light was solid on too, and there was all these mistakes, all these warnings. You kept hearing it, right? And the traction control light directly below it was on. So just like when you're having random circuits in your house randomly trip and stuff like that, and you don't have any explanation for that,
you can start deducing the technology that Donald Trump is trying to create to attack other countries, except he's not doing it to attack other countries, he's attacking citizens that he doesn't like. That's it. That's what's happening. And again, it's not other nations, because they can't do this. It's Donald Trump. He has at the NSA. The NSA would protect against this. So therefore, they're doing it. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, this really doesn't look that dirty. It's just dust. It's just because we're close. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this was never on before. And then as you see, we do certain streams in the vehicle, things happen with the vehicle. We do certain streams with the PC, things happen to the PC. We do certain streams in the hot tub, things happen to the hot tub. We do certain streams there, things happen there. You know, if we start streaming at this one business, God, they're gonna sit here and blow that business up or something. So, this is just documented proof. We're not letting this go. This is absolute proof. This was never on. My mechanic knows that. I've never had any problems with the Intellect brake system, and I've never actually had any problems with the brakes in general. And there's also no recalls having any type of regard to that. So again, this is why I called the guy who was incredibly dismissive and fucking stupid about this issue a fucking retard, because he deserved it. He's a stupid fucking retard. And the day that I was doing that, they were all on the stream. They loved that. This was the point. The point is that Donald Trump's FBI does this. This is the FBI, the same FBI that you saw back in the fucking, 60s and 70s and stuff, that was assassinating Martin Luther King and lying about it, assassinating JFK and lying about it. Like, they were sitting there trying to actively assassinate JFK. The CIA was the one that was successful. Except it was Lee Harvey Oswald, who was just an inside man. He literally worked for the CIA. Meanwhile, you're going to actually sit here and pretend like this, that Donald Trump's not going back to archaic means of governing. Like, literally just using old, archaic things that were never accepted, that were illegal to begin with. Like, just wow. So we'll keep documenting and exposing all of this. We're gonna discuss those screenshots and talk about how maliciously low the bitrate was dropping, even though our signal was full. Signal's completely full. Bitrate's dropping maliciously low. I've already stated to you guys how the scam works. I've already told you that they're using 5G. So the moment that I have 5G signal, that's it. So then the higher, the more signals that you have, therefore the more they can use it. It's literally that simple. So therefore, because I have the best signal, like, do you not recognize that? Do you not recognize because I have the fastest internet, I have the best signal, and I'm sitting here talking about it, my stream is the smoothest, therefore I'm the target? How are you so stupid?
Well, the point is, they wouldn't be. The point is the NSA, the DOJ, the FBI, they would have realized this unless they're doing it. The point is they would have realized this unless they're doing it. That's the point. The point is all those organizations police these things, and they're not. Conveniently. It gets worse. Well, then that means they're doing it. If you see a crime committed, like some sort of crime happens, something happens, and then a police officer, like as you're getting ready to, that police officer shows up. And he's really quick there, and he's like doing a bunch of stuff immediately. He doesn't ask you any questions. He doesn't approach you. He doesn't approach it like an investigation. He just shows up and he starts doing things, and that's suspicious. That's called, that cop didn't show up to investigate. That cop showed up to contaminate and hide things. Yes. So you always question that. I mean, this goes on all the time, where dirty feds and stuff like that are doing illegal shit. Well, Donald Trump does hire fucking criminals, so. Meanwhile, you're all so fucking stupid. You all don't see the patterns as they unfold and happen to me in real time. Well, that's the first time you actually saw one in real time, huh? I guess not. Nah, there's too much that's happened. There really is. You've seen quite a few in real time now. That's not the first time. But that's definitely one very obvious time that you see in real time the FBI intentionally causing something that would cost somebody money, where they're trying to make that family or those people not do as well. That's all they're doing. Just like the FBI did to Martin Luther King and the Black Panthers in general, to that movement in general, Malcolm X, all that stuff. Just like that FBI that existed back then, that was doing disgusting things to make people hate those groups. They're doing the same thing now. So, we're going to continue documenting and showing all the evidence, all the proof. We're also going to take note that after this happened, now remember, this has happened before where I've had very obvious malicious attacks conveniently around passing police. Where I'm about to pass police on the road, or I have passed police on the road, and conveniently all around that, I get attacked. Something happens to my vehicle. Something happens to the stream. After this, after the whole ABS thing and all that, I proceeded to pass 3 different state police. State police. 3. Didn't appear to seem to be going anywhere. All 3 of them just driving, nobody in the vehicle. Very clearly trying to avoid eye contact with me when I look directly at them. Very clearly avoiding that. Because, police, the point is they look at other cars when they drive down the road. Why the fuck would he be intentionally, all 3 of them, avoiding eye contact? I can very clearly see you not doing a normal fucking task. A normal, where I can clearly see police around me not doing normal things. I go to a Walmart where none of this has happened. None of it. None of it's happening. The Walmart that I get, that I've talked about this, where 5 illegal fucking things are going on the same day, they don't go there. The stupid motherfucking jackass police, they don't go there. Nope. But the Walmart that I frequent, where none of this is happening, there's a cop sitting outside right when I show up and I walk in the building. Meanwhile, he's not there when I leave. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, so they're following me around pretending like they're not. Meanwhile, they don't have any probable cause. This is the point. They're sitting here trying, like literally using all these illegal means to harass me and my family. And I see it. I see so much fucking disgusting evidence of these pieces of shit. And meanwhile, nothing. And they show up, this one that's in here, that's so fucking triggered, keeps showing up. That's just always in here. Every time I say something, every time I'm talking about police, he's always fucking in my stream. Immediately. That is incredibly illegal. Yes, that's tracking what people say. Because you don't like what they're saying. That's not data brokerage. You're not paying me to track what I'm saying. You have any idea how incredibly illegal it is? You're using data brokerage to track what people are saying, not for purposes of me making money off that thing, but for purposes of spying on people. Well, that's fraud. That's wire fraud. That's literally wire fraud. It's literally what it is. You are literally using the same fucking concepts of wire fraud, where you're just, without probable cause, literally spying on somebody. And you know you're doing it. Exactly the same two concurrents. We're just going to screenshot that. Same two fucking concurrents just sitting in here, conveniently coming back. Like, they know it. They know it's them. And they know I called it out expertly, and that they just wait. They just, like, let a little time go by. They know that they've tried to contact several creators on this channel to try to sit here and fuck around with me, calling it like, you know, contracting with the police or whatever. And it's incredibly illegal. If any police reached out to you to actually do that, and you did it, you took part in literally harassing somebody. You literally took part in terrorism. You were paid money to harass somebody. That's terrorism. And you were paid money to do it, and there's paper trail for this. This is what they've been doing, and they think I don't know. And meanwhile, these assholes, these pieces of shit, they keep coming back. They're pretending like they're not in here. Like, yeah, okay. So what? There's nobody in the stream. Zero concurrence. Yet conveniently, the instant that I say anything about police, there's exactly 2 concurrents in here. Exactly that number. Exactly. Wow, that's some pretty fascinating fucking stuff. Let me tell you what. That's some pretty fascinating fucking stuff. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you about how stupid. Let me tell you about how when I showed up where my mom's car was blown up, the police and nobody were anywhere to be found. They had already determined so quickly, looking at the evidence, that nothing had happened. Don't let anybody see the security footage, which is illegal, by the way. You can't just keep the... Police are not allowed to do that. If the citizens want to see the security footage of their vehicle blowing up in a Walmart parking lot, they have every legal reason to request that information and get it. Yep, you have absolutely no legal reason for keeping it from the citizen whose car was destroyed, because again, if they want to privately investigate that, you are now obstructing justice. You are the police and you're obstructing justice. You didn't do your job initially, so now you're holding on to evidence to obstruct and cover up what you did. That's what it's going to look like to that private investigator. I promise you. It's all it's going to look like. And you're sitting there, you're holding on to it, you're stupid as fuck. You literally won't accept that it's actually happening. I sit here and I show you these things. I tell you about these things constantly for you to sit here and see. I tell you about all these warning signs. And then the car blows up, and then meanwhile, the same things eventually start slowly happening to my vehicle. As I said way back, somebody was hacking my vehicle and it got all these views and they backed out and they got real scared. And then meanwhile, they just bide some time. Yeah, remember how my battery was randomly dead one day? Nothing happened. All I did was move my car a few feet because we were cleaning it out. And then after the stream, my battery was randomly dead one day. Yep. Just randomly dead. The car battery, just randomly dead. Oh, wow. Fascinating stuff. Wow. Yeah, anybody that knows anything about cars, they know they've gone through fucking cars where you don't even need to replace that fucking battery the entire life of that fucking car. Yet you're going to sit here and actually fucking claim to me that a car barely hitting 100,000 miles just sitting there. I had just moved it. Just suddenly, completely dead. Don't even turn over. Not even an ounce of turnover, just completely dead. Just click, click, click. Can't even... Really? That dead. Oh, maybe it turns over initially once or twice, but just like at that point, just nope. Just very obviously dead. Yep. Wow. And then the only thing that happened was a stream. Just like the only thing that happened today was a stream. So you're starting to notice a pattern where the Pennsylvania State Police are harassing people just because they don't want them to stream? I am. I am starting to notice a pattern with the Pennsylvania State Police where they're harassing people. Because my point is that they didn't even come here at any point. They had nothing to do with any of that. Isn't that interesting? Almost like they're trying to cover up from something. Yep. They had local police sit here and randomly arrest somebody. They had all these local police on somebody's property inside their house. No search warrant. Never, ever, ever said they had a search warrant. They were all inside the fucking... And again, we do not have local police. Nope. We don't have township here. Not a single township. Nope. No police in our township. None. We have state. If the police are to file a warrant, they are never to enter a domicile in which they do not have proper jurisdiction. Person wasn't inside. They were outside. Person wasn't inside. They were outside. They were discovered outside. Yep. Suddenly changes things, doesn't it? Oh, they came inside to get him? No, they didn't. Person was outside. They came inside and walked all through the house with excuses that they were trying to let me know. Yeah, except that they asked me for his phone. Yeah, they were they really wanted his phone. They don't have any rights to that. I can actually say, fuck you, and get the fuck off my property. His phone is now mine. You don't have any rights to that. Are you fucking kidding me? Go fuck yourself. I'll tell that to your goddamn fucking face if I want to. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit. And you know it. You're just a triggered asshole that wants to arrest people because you're a cop. And you want to control what people say because Donald Trump. That's what all this is. You're wrong. So you just go around and you just try to do this shit. Well, again, that's what happened. And they came here, again, literally, the dude was outside. Local police, and they're not even, those local police are like fucking 10, 15 minutes out. They're not even close. No, there's a department closer than that. And yet these police came out. And the states never, there was no state here at all. Nobody introduced themselves as a sergeant. Nobody introduced themselves as anybody in charge. They just randomly showed up, and took him, and then sat here, and then stood here and asked for his phone. Oh, why are you in the house? Oh, we're looking for his phone. You can't look around my house for somebody's fucking phone. Go fuck yourself. You have no probable cause to do that. Do you have a search warrant? Oh, okay, then leave. And that was the reality, is they didn't have a search warrant. They were just here. They could barely arrest him in the first place. And they want everybody, like they're trying to blow it up and make a big deal out of it. Oh yeah, for sure. That's why. Yeah. It's exactly right, 365. The FBI are the assholes that sit here and can legally get away with stupid shit like that. You know, these assholes probably sit off the clock watching so many people in their homes, in their showers and stuff like that. These fucking pieces of shit probably spend all their time doing that. Meanwhile, yeah, that's what you have to realize. Donald Trump doesn't hire people with the accountability and record that you would want those people to have that power. And meanwhile, the state police, this is what they're doing. Yeah, this is what the state police gets up to all day long in this state. So it makes you wonder what the state police are getting up to in your state, where nothing is being done. This is the fucking point. The one day, I tried to call 911. And the state police dispatch lady got verbally heated over the phone. She was emotionally affected by my tone. I guarantee you, literally that told me all I needed to know. All that told me was that every single officer for the state police they're aware of my streams, they know who I am, and she is emotionally affected by the fact that it's me calling. She looks at me a certain way, just as the rest of them now do. And absolutely defamation of character, absolutely. And I will absolutely win hands down because of that fucking phone call too, and because of many other things. Where it's very obvious the state police have been harassing people and doing all this shit just because they're watching my streams and they can't not react to shit being said negative about Donald Trump. That's it. It's literally that. They're right and you're wrong. So they sit here and do all kinds of illegal things. Even though, like I just said, they were wrong all those times. Again, the state police never came here. They sent locals. Can't do it. Can't do it. And if you do, if you can, and if you do, they better do it right, and they didn't. They were all inside the house, looking for a phone. Meanwhile, these same police that picked this person up proved in that car ride that they were emotionally attached. Yep, it was these police. And remember, they were local too, remember? These are local police outside of their jurisdiction, and they're picking him up. And they call this person a name. They call this person a name. As they pick this person up, they don't report that they have the person by name. They call over their radio as they're bringing this person in, and they're supposed to be arresting them. They're supposed to be professional. They call this person a name over the radio and reveal, we have so-and-so. But instead of saying their name, they reveal that, they're going to call them a name. They're not going to call them by their actual legal name. They're going to say, we have, and they're going to put a bullied name as to the thing that they believe that person did. And they're going to say that name-calling thing over the CB, over the radio, to anybody listening. And that's what this officer, I use that term loosely, did. After illegally entering the house, not needing to, picking the person up, trying to get their phone, taking them away, they then proved they are emotionally attached to it when they then proceeded to sit there and say, we have this person. And I'm not going to say what the name was, but it's pretty nasty. And it would immediately tell you, yep, they are not thinking innocent until proven guilty. Nope. They wanted this person to hang. They believed this person guilty. They said so when they picked them up by using that name that they called them. Because again, why would they call them that when that's not their name? They just proved implication, emotional implication. The entire case should be thrown out. That officer called that person a name when calling back. Wow. Yeah, he already safely in the vehicle, cuffed. And you feel so, there was no fight, the person didn't try to run, there was nothing. Just very calmly was able to get the person in the vehicle, no altercation, nothing. Meanwhile, gets in the vehicle, we have, again, doesn't use their name, calls them a disgusting nickname to tell, exactly all the other officers, I use that term loosely, who they have. Yeah. So thus you start realizing the kind of brainwashing, political, goddamn nonsense we're dealing with, where police are doing illegal fucking bullshit. They're fucking pieces of shit. And I honestly hope that they try. I really do. Because I want to sincerely get one-on-one with the person that did this. I want that. I want one-on-one time with the person that is harassing my entire family. Yeah, I really, really genuinely do. Because, again, I don't wish harm upon anybody, but I promise you, if you get me one-on-one with the person that's been personally harassing and attacking my family, I promise you I will not restrain myself. I promise I will not restrain myself. Get me one-on-one with that person, and I can promise you I won't restrain myself. Now, like I said, I don't even wish harm upon, I condemned the assassination of Donald Trump even. I don't even wish harm upon him. Nope. Not even Donald Trump. As much as I can't stand that fucker. But you want to get me one-on-one, this piece of shit that calls himself a cop masquerading with a badge, that's personally attacking, harassing and stalking people, blowing up cars, using illegal means to hide their identity, masquerading online, manipulating situations,
lying about it? Yeah, you get me in front of that person. Go ahead. Get me a meeting. And we're going to go ahead and just continue to record all the evidence that as I say this and make this statement, we've seen a very consistent concurrent rate of 3. Very consistently. Almost like, again, that person amongst the other 2 that are in here trying to make this look a certain way are. And they're sitting here trying to figure out, oh, how can we spin what he's saying? Oh, he's admitting to aggression. Durkity-durkity-dur. Yeah. Except if what you do regularly puts people in danger and in harm's way, of course somebody wants to exhibit aggression towards you. You're the aggressor, dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. That'd be like if Ukraine didn't defend themselves and they just went, well, all right, that's fine. You can invade and kill everyone. That's fine. That'd be like if that happened. Are you stupid? No, I will fuck you up. I promise you. You don't fucking do a single thing against somebody else using that badge. You don't do a single thing except protect and serve. You took an oath, you piece of shit. You took a fucking oath, you stupid piece of shit. I didn't take that oath. You did. I should, though. Yeah, you want to know the sheer number of fucking times? 5. 5 separate times. Different police asked me to sign up. They wanted me to. They said, we don't have enough people like you. So you don't care about this or that. You just want the truth. And that's rare. That's the words of one of them. But the rest of them recognizes it. And that's the point. That's exactly what that job needs. It doesn't matter what you got to do. It doesn't matter what you got to put aside. You can't sit there and have a gun at your side and be calling people names when you report that you have this person. That comes back on you. That's literally like, again, a record of you admitting you are emotionally attached to this. You do feel a certain type of way. So again, entire thing dismissed. How do we know you didn't spin this entire fucking thing right from the beginning? You just made shit up again, and there's literally evidence of that too, where we have somebody literally saying that the cop that they spoke to was not the one at the court, saying that they took that person's statement. It was a different cop, and they lied. They just said, "No, I'm that cop." No, you're not. You're not. You're literally. Oh, so you're just a different person now. And nobody called that. Nobody looked at the court records or anything. They literally just the entire thing's a joke. And then you wonder why people think judges are a joke? The judge doesn't mean anything anymore. What a joke you are. To actually think that you deserve respect just because you're called judge and you have that title. No. We're seeing good cops trying to pull over judges. Meanwhile, the judges are the ones going fucking 80 miles an hour in a 30, and they get pulled over all pissed off at the fucking cop that pulled them over. And then 3 minutes later, that cop hands them their license for them to be on their way.
because otherwise they're going to lose their job. You see the whole thing on body cam where they call their superior officer and the guy's just like, yeah, you better let him go. Or something like that. And then the judge is a raging fucking lunatic driving 80 in a 30. That's what we see. And meanwhile, you think it's the Democrats? The people that sit here and drive so slow, you're all fucking raging out and all emotional and pissed off because they're driving slow? You're the retard. Drive slow, that's cool. Slow the fuck down, retard. Emotional douchebag. You didn't leave your fucking house soon enough. You're pissed off at the person driving slow in front of you. Who the fuck cares? Cry me the goddamn fucking river. You emotionally triggered fucking piece of shit. The amount of cops I see doing this is unbelievable. I've had cops tailgate me, thinking I need to drive faster and shit like that. I've intentionally driven slower because I'm allowed. I'd love to see you pull me over for going a few under. I'd love it. Please do it. Please. I want to contest that ticket, and I want you to stand there, and I want you to tell the judge that you pulled me over for going a few under. Oh, yes, so I can stand there and say, well, it is a speed limit, not a speed minimum. So, yes, the law states I must be under the limit. You literally pulled me over for doing the thing I was supposed to do. Oh, I can't wait. This is the point. This is what these assholes are doing. And meanwhile, after all this nonsense happens, where I now have a light to get looked at conveniently by the same mechanic that's doing all of this, that's working with the police, that's doing all of this, that's very clearly not doing things the way that they should be. Yeah, ABS, all this shit. Oh, meanwhile, the car then blows up. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue investigating that and getting behind that, because I got news for you. I suspected something all around while this was going on, and I suspected negligence and stupidity. And meanwhile, I forced the mechanic where I go to admit that they have a problem with stupid young people that take attitudes towards people and don't do their job. Like when I told you about the day that I was sitting there and I brought my car in for the mistake they made. And meanwhile, they hadn't even pulled it in yet I was only there because they made a mistake. They propped my fucking hood up with a piece of wood against the goddamn intake. Yeah, because the retard that worked on it last time literally disconnected my fucking prop rod and I found it laying in the engine. Randomly. And then this guy, literally, this little faggot comes in the business and literally says to the owner, oh, this guy, he came in without a prop rod. That's why I did it. Durr. And I interrupted him to tell him, no. Actually, my prop rod was randomly laying in my engine the last time you worked on it. Not sure why. And he was like, oh. You should have seen the look on his fucking face. He was like, oh. Meanwhile, this stupid little faggot was sitting on a stool playing with a wrench until I said something. I noticed he wasn't doing his job. I looked outside. There was no cars in the fucking garage, and I had 2 employees behind the counter sitting there staring at a goddamn computer screen. Meanwhile, this little piece of fucking shit jackass slammed the door open aggressively, telling me he would pull my car in now, after pointing out that I didn't want to be there and that he hadn't even pulled it in and now he's just sitting there. And meanwhile, they close in 20 minutes. Wow. So he pulls my car in and does that. Oh, this guy didn't have a prop rod, that's why do. Meanwhile, I'm driving around in a car for like a couple of days with a detached air intake, and who knows the damage that caused in the process. Faggot! You don't deserve a job, you fucking piece of shit. And then meanwhile, after this happens, they expect me. Meanwhile, I have evidence that I drove out of there and they couldn't even fucking bleed the brakes. One time I drove out of there, I went to drive out of there, and my brake pedal went straight to the floor and I almost got hit by a fucking tractor trailer. Because they forgot to bleed the brakes. They literally replaced the goddamn brakes and then forgot to bleed them. So because I'm smart, I quickly pumped the brakes and saved my own life. Yeah, and then meanwhile, this is the place that hires asshole piece of shits like that. Yeah, that's who they're hiring. This is the long example they have of doing business with me, and then that's who they hire. The people that are like the sons of the owner and the grandsons. And meanwhile, this same owner is on the board at that place that I told you about, where nobody wanted to work there. Yeah, it's the same people. They all own the businesses in the area. That's the problem. And they're attacking people. And they're not taking responsibility for being stupid. The owner of that business that I just described openly was talking about his support for Trump. All the time when I would be in there. I would never say anything. I'd just sit there, shut up, keep to myself. It's his business. Meanwhile, he's just doing this in his lobby, talking about how Trump's going to take care of all of them and all the people that shouldn't be here and stuff. And this was like last election. So this piece of fucking shit watches my streams, talks about me, and the other employees think that too, so they sabotage the vehicle, sabotage my mom's vehicle. Make stupid decisions. And then meanwhile, I have all this evidence that they don't do things. They don't do this, they don't do that. I literally wrote an entire letter and put it in the last time I took my vehicle to that place, and they didn't do anything. Nothing. They did nothing. Oh, wow, right. They did an oil change. Meanwhile, I had on there that I wanted them to replace a bulb. I wanted them to look at my washer system. I wanted them to do this, that, and the other thing. They didn't do any of it. None of it. And meanwhile, after I was done, I had to come back because the fucking dickhead had my goddamn hood propped up with a piece of wood against my fucking intake. So you want to sit here and fucking pretend like it's not your fault at this point? You're stupid. Stop thinking about Trump and run your goddamn business for a change. This is what I see. I see a bunch of fucking angry retards worrying about Trump instead of running their businesses and smiling like retards. Meanwhile, they suck. They literally can't run their fucking business, and then this happens. Cars blow up. Let me tell you about all the times they sat there and half inspected something and then put the emission sticker on there. But I was driving around with, oh yeah, meanwhile, they can't do that. I got pulled over and told they can't do that. So meanwhile, you're doing things you're not supposed to do. Unbelievable. So I guess when this owner sat there and had a conversation with me in his lobby about how there's no possible way that my wheel, that they attached these lug nuts to the wheel wrong and stuff like that, when my fucking wheel flew off several years ago. And they created some random dumbass bullshit excuse as to how it wasn't their fault. When my wheels were literally literally all the lug nuts were stripped off. There was one remaining and my wheel was about to fly off. It had taken out several studs and they tried to pretend like it's not our fault. Duh! Meanwhile, you're the fucking... It's literally a tire place. Literally. Jesus Christ. I'm not the mechanic. You are, you dumb fucks. And then they made me feel bad. He's like, well, maybe you should bring it in more often for rotations and stuff. He literally said that to me. Like it was my fault. Wow. So thus, he sabotages another vehicle and gets away with bringing people back more often. You follow the logic, sabotages another vehicle, and then thus brings people back more often. Meanwhile, I paid for 2 different clutches to be replaced on the same vehicle years ago at the same place. So again, if the transmission was dying and you knew that, why didn't you say something? Why did you replace the fucking clutch? Why didn't you tell me that? Oh, right, because you wanted me to pay $2,000 to replace a fucking clutch that was just going to break again. That's right. Why does the owner act antsy about totaling cars? Why do you act that way? I don't act that way. Why do you act that way? Meanwhile, all this is going on, and I'm wondering this for years. Now I don't wonder it anymore. I don't wonder it anymore. It means that you have a common problem with somebody at your fucking garage sabotaging vehicles, and they're totaling vehicles. Because they don't want to work on difficult vehicles. They don't like these vehicles. They don't want to work on them. They're difficult. So they sabotage them or try to get you to go somewhere else. Yeah. Kind of sounds like what's happening on YouTube, doesn't it? Yeah, sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? Meanwhile, these fucking pieces of shit own so many of the businesses in the area, and they're pieces of shit. That's how they act. That's how the owner acts. That's how he treats his customers. When I'm in there, I got to worry about, is he going to stand there and say some stupid fucking unintelligent dumb shit about Trump, or is he going to stand there and never say anything? Because that's what a business owner does. They focus on the business. And then literally, like 50% of the time I'm in there, he's sitting there in the lobby, chit-chatting with customers about Trump. What the fuck does he do? Does he even deserve it? Jesus Christ. And then meanwhile, all these assholes are all people that go to church in the area and they're looked up to as good Mennonite people. Meanwhile, they're fucking nuts. You can't fix an ABS light. Accept it. You have no fucking idea what's going on with that. You know, a long time ago when I used to go there, they used to try this stupid shit on me where they're like, well, we can't make the engine light go out. They used to do that. They'd call me back. They'd actually call me and tell me that they can't make the engine light go out. Okay. Car needs inspected, so that's kind of your fucking job. And, like, that was the issue. And, like, that was the precursor to everything, was just me going back there and forcing them to figure out the problem. Where they just didn't know how to deal with engine light issues. And then meanwhile, it's just problem after problem after problem, where I go back and I force them. I'm the business owner. Me! I forced them. I put good faith in them. I drove their people to sit there and fucking, me coming back over and over. Meanwhile, all the owner is doing is just keeping the same people in the business who are replacing these truck tires and stuff. Meanwhile, they just run this business, a monopoly. They just have the business they have, and they sit there and pretend like they're going to do everybody else's stuff. But really, you're a second-rate customer to them. They don't got time for you. Yeah, and if you walk in the door and you fucking stand there for 20 fucking minutes, that doesn't fucking matter. Jesus fucking Christ. Exploding cars. Can't even fix ABS lights. Wow. Wow, so you're telling me that you're so stupid. You can't sit here and use your computer that you have, the little tool that you have to clear that light, to be a mechanic. Check it all out, clearly see there's no problem. You can look at, deduce, and then clear the light as per the mechanic? Probably not. Yeah, that's probably what you're telling me. You're literally telling me that you are so dumb, you can't do that. What a disgusting state this is. And this is all just what's happening in Pennsylvania. And meanwhile, this is the state that decides the elections. And you think that the people in this state have the right mindset to be voting? That guy can't even fucking run his business. He can't even go out there and focus on fucking tires and brakes. He's busy thinking about Trump. And don't worry, the other business I worked at too, where the owner is a board member there, and they're all friendly with each other. Oh, let me also tell you that the owner that was forced out of his position at that other business too, that was a board member, he was forced out because, again, he was very obviously aggressive towards women and talked nasty to people, and I noticed it and called it out because nobody else would. So it started getting noticed. Yeah, he wasn't going to come and be a fucking dictator to me. I don't tolerate that shit. You're not going to stand there and walk all over me just because you're 6'5". Nobody cares. Yeah, I certainly don't give a shit. You're not going to intimidate me. Go fuck yourself. And meanwhile, that board member is now the GM at that store. He was forced out of his position. Remember, this is the same guy that made everything free after somebody with dementia was caught stealing in their parking lot. The same place where I don't feel safe to park anymore because they don't deal with it properly. They don't report things to the police. They make things free for the person who's stealing. And meanwhile, the person whose friend that was is now the GM of that store. He was the board member forced out. He's now the GM of that store. That was his friend. That's how fucked up this fucking state is. That's what's going on here. Yep. Everybody here is way too tight-knit. Everybody knows everybody, and they're using that.
And these people are stupid. They don't know anything about fucking they don't know jack shit about the internet. They don't know anything about computers. Like, the sheer number of people in that business that did not understand that every single computer in that business is vulnerable to hacks. And it would happen just constantly. And they didn't see it as that either. Just be like, oh, the registers are down again 3 times throughout the day. Wow. And then, like, they have, like, these old archaic computers running, like, fucking old-ass Windows. The oldest fucking shit. No virus software. Literally none. It had no virus software. It's just the dumbest shit you've ever seen. And then they go through this company that these IT guys seem knowledgeable, but then the problem is that it's all business. It's all, they need to make money and stuff like that. So it's their company, yet they charge them for doing IT for them. Like, the whole thing is a sham. It's fraud. Like basically somebody in this area is sitting here at the top of all of this, dictating it, making sure nobody finds out. And this is the type of shit that I'm seeing a lot of places. And especially, like, again, I cannot express enough what it means to the economy and the area when you see a bank across the street from a bank. That's not a woke statement. That's not a strange statement to make. It's just a true one. I'm not the only one making that statement. That statement is a statement that I've actually heard from an intelligent person, where I watched an entire interview and they were sitting there talking about things like that, things of that nature, where you can tell when rich people are doing really well and poverty, you know, like, essentially, like wealth is winning and poverty isn't, you know, like, it's like talking about stuff like that. And like that's one of the telltale signs, is like, you know, something weird's going on when you see a bank from across from a bank, because again, there's already a bank there. Why do you need 2? Okay? Bank's a financial institution. Why is there 2? It's not a competitorship, it's a financial institution. So why is there a bank across from a bank? And suddenly, like, you need to think about that. That's something. I'm not going to sit here, because I'll be talking for an hour. I'll be talking for an hour if I have to explain that. You need to do your research. This is the stuff that you guys should all start to realize too, as I'm saying. Like, start looking stuff up like that. What does that implicate? What does that mean about the area? What does that mean about that particular spot? And then, you know, like understanding that they're not going to last. Like, understanding like, okay, now research them. Now see how many banks have been under that name and how many times that bank went bankrupt because of the one across the street. You get what I'm saying? Where, like, the local banks keep changing names, selling out, yada, 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 yet you see the same ones still there at the end of the day. They didn't close up shop. They didn't leave town. And what's happening there? There's a lot of implications. Like I said, it would take me a long time. But obviously the implication is that somebody's hiding money. You know, a bank is like, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it on here. But basically, like, a bank is one of those things where people really can use it for laundering money, Ponzi schemes and stuff like that. Like, it really is. As much as like it's just a financial institution, it's a place to put your money, and it's trustworthy for the most part because it is a bank. They want to maintain that face value of being a business of a bank, but it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, somebody doesn't sit at the top of that. You get what I'm saying? Like the ones that have always been there, they've always been there. They didn't go anywhere. They didn't change their name. They didn't cash out. Get what I'm saying? And then you always have these big centers in the bank's name too. And there's like a big center where bands perform and stuff like that. Ay, ay, ay. Data, data, data. So there's no question in my mind what's going on here with this nonsense. There's no question that happened. And there's no question that the leak of information suddenly makes sense coming from that source, right? The car stuff, the electricity, like everything, like the knowledge and the know-how and the information, suddenly it all starts making sense, right? So, I don't know. Oh, delivery guy. Okay. Delivery. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. No, it ain't. It ain't pizza, it's just a package. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of obvious to see what's going on. Super obvious to see what's going on.
random one-off concurrence coming in here at convenient times. You know what that is. Since the problem is like, problem with doing what they were doing for so long is like, I see the evidence. I see it firsthand. I see how stupid you act. Well, rest assured that if another car randomly blows up, that is way too convenient. Or even detrimental happens to the second vehicle. That's going to be way too obvious, where you have two vehicles that were sabotaged within X amount of time, or just sabotaged in general, where the likelihood is just non-existent. So... yeah, let's get you banned. 365. Just kidding, I'm not banning 365. I'm just repeating what he said. Yeah. Let's get you banned. Why am I untying my shoes? I don't do that. So I think it's funny how we're gonna pretend like all these, patterns aren't happening. And like the bit rate hasn't been shifting around maliciously when we talk about a certain person, we talk about certain subjects. And that we're going to pretend like, we're not going to pretend like I haven't talked about this before, and that I didn't say it one time, and it didn't actually negatively impact anybody. But they have been negatively impacting me. They have been harassing me. And we will absolutely expect them instantly, the two concurrents. Instantly. We're going to absolutely expect them to do everything 100% perfection. And if there's even an ounce of overcharging or ridiculous bullshit, I'm going to go to the Better Business Bureau. I'm going to call my lawyer, and I'm going to request every single shred of paperwork that business has on every vehicle I have ever taken there. And if they don't have it, if they suddenly are missing it, oh, that's a win, hands down. That's an automatic. That's a win, hands down. We know who it is. Yeah, we know now. We know. Been going on too long. Oh, we know. We know. And that's also why certain people around that situation seemed to have acted as if they had recognized me or known me before, even though I didn't know them, even though I never recognized them, because people have been talking about and saying things that are untrue and talking about just making shit up. So there's the truth, unfortunately. It's disgusting. And then you see the nonsense where it's just the same viewer. Where, again, we don't have any normal trending. In fact, I should screenshot that. Where, again, after all this, there's been no normal trending. But, you know, there's conveniently just this one person in and out, in and out, in and out. There's just nothing going on here. But, yeah, they are recording this one concurrent that's coming in and out, in and out. Even though there's no trending. So, again, that trending is YouTube. Like I said, they break things. Like I already called out. For, you know, the stable volume and all this stuff, you know, like, there's just certain things that are broken for people. And, you know, if you sit here and you talk about what's really going on, they'll just break it. So that way you lose trending. It's a internal communication for them to not give you trending. Yep. Yep. So, again, that's just the whole without probable cause thing. That's Donald Trump's America. That's police doing things they shouldn't be doing. You know, like essentially just a bunch of people behind the scenes investigating things for no purpose of anything. It's just like when Biden pardoned his entire family knowing this was coming. He didn't do anything either, and neither did his family yet. Propaganda would tell you otherwise, but again, use facts. Nobody will do that. So, that's the stupid part. No facts are being used. This is the same one concurrent. And they'll push a couple through just to lie about it, but again, the trending has stopped. It's just the same lies. It's just one of a few people that are in here, and they don't want you to know they're in here. We are running trackers on you. We have all of this being monitored. I mean, you think it's not, but you're stupid. So. Now remember, the person doing all this, and the person that spread my data around, and the person that harassed me and doxed me and stuff like that and surfaced around all this, remember their name. Don't ever forget their name was No Sleep Wiblo. And this person doxed my street address and my personal information all over this platform for over a year. Stole my streams, sat on here in broad daylight, committing federal crimes. So, don't forget that the person that does all these things maliciously showed themselves, and YouTube proceeded not to do anything about them while knowing about that. So, state police were called. State police report was filed. I find it fascinating how often I hear gunshots around here. Almost as if it's like not a neighborhood or something, and gunshots are just something that you should hear, Just the sheer number of times I hear gunshots, like some jackass is shooting a gun in his yard that shouldn't be. And again, what the fuck are the police? Oh, that's right. Police live around here, and they get away with doing stupid fucking shit they shouldn't be doing. That's right. That's what's going on there. That's right. We're talking about the police officers that I again use that term loosely, that live up the road and constantly get away with illegal shit. That's right. Because, if you're a police officer, you can just get away with all kinds of illegal fucking shit all the time. But if you're a citizen, well, you gotta worry about even walking down the street now. Yep, you gotta worry about literally being able to mind your own business. Yeah, if you're a citizen, you can't even mind your own business anymore. Meanwhile, YouTube is sitting here censoring this. Do you see how much we're proving that this platform has censorship and is a complete lie? Because again, how many times do we prove that there's somebody in the swipe feed that they are promoting that's just doing scratch offs or something like that? They're promoting like gambling and shit like that. Yep. Well, and then you see the instant one concurrent in here after I say that. The instant one concurrent in here after I say that. Nothing else has happened. But I say that, and instantly one concurrent is in here, thus proving they can hear what I'm saying. It's kind of fascinating stuff. Literally, YouTube, we're talking about how YouTube has a terrorist agenda, and they have been lying to people for a long time for specifically the purpose of helping exactly what's going on right now, where they can eventually start making all this money while lying to people. Because the point is, the DOJ, under, I think, Biden, sued Google. And probably for good reason. Probably for privacy reasons. Probably because they're using people's data. And Donald Trump's Department of Justice and FBI and all these people sit here and fucking do the opposite. They literally spy on people and use it for the opposite. They use it for illegal means. They shouldn't fucking do that. Donald Trump's been caught doing things like that. Yep, Donald Trump's been caught doing things like that. And meanwhile, my family is being stalked and harassed by the state police. But they don't have the balls to show up and actually do it themselves. So they sit there and they contract other departments to do the illegal thing that they're doing, so that it doesn't come back on them. It's kind of amazing. It really is. It's kind of actually amazing. It really is. It's kind of actually amazing. It's almost like the one concurrent that keeps coming in and out, in and out, in and out. Because again, it's not like we're in a live feed with all these people that would be coming in and out or anything. No, totally not. No, yeah, like, totally not. No. It's just that one. Yep, totally. Even though, again, we know it's not. There's plenty of people in and out of here. That is just the police. And nobody's talking in the chat. But doesn't mean that there's not anybody in here. They know I don't have an active chat because I sit here and I actually moderate my chat properly. Yep, I block and ban people for the things they shouldn't fucking be doing. So therefore, the police sit in here and harass the fucking shit out of my channel and try to make it seem like, oh, I just block everybody. But meanwhile, no, it's them. They are coming in and acting like fucking pieces of shit douchebags. It's literally just them. And we see body cam footage of Pennsylvania police. Don't forget that I was the one that pointed out recently, before I went, before they halted my viral video. My video would have been viral. ICE agents are just MAGA Karens. And it got all these views. It was trending. We had 30-some, 40-some concurrents. It was insane. And then they started maliciously shifting the bitrate around. And it went down to 0 concurrents, and you could see it. Oh, we will prosecute for this. We will prosecute for that fraud. We will. You will be prosecuted. The piece of fucking trash cop that's doing that, you will be prosecuted for literally sitting in there and being so triggered that you would actually affect somebody's channel traffic. Because the whole point is you can't take the fact that I'm saying something that's true and that people are getting behind it. So I typed, ICE agents are just MAGA Karens, and they got so pissed. There was all these people watching. And meanwhile, I was actually talking about the very serious fact of that of how a white Texas man
was detained for a period of time, and they were going to deport him even though he was a white Texas citizen. They were like, oh, let's deport him anyway. I was talking about this. I was literally talking about how ICE agents are literally triggered MAGA Karens, and that's the whole point. And we were getting so many views, and then bam. Bitrate maliciously shifts around. And it goes down to the view count you see now, where it's a lie. And you see nothing. And you see lies. You see literally just one concurrent. Every time you come in, you will see one concurrent in the stream. That's what you will see. Because YouTube lies to you. And that's why they're trying to break the concurrent counter when I put that on the screen. Because when you come in the stream, and it says one concurrent for you, you know it's a lie. You know, flat out, how often they're lying to you about those views. And it's every single stream. There's not one stream that goes by where they're not lying about the views. Not one. Not a single one. There's not a single stream that goes by where they don't break something about the stream too. Something is broken about the stream too. Because the point is, we would get so many views, they have to break something to prevent that from happening. So that way it causes some sort of flag internally. This is, and has FBI and police written all over it. We know that. What a disgusting piece of fucking shit. I just remembered something too. Remember how all that stuff with the car and shit? Remember how last inspection I told you guys I got that shit inspected, and then conveniently weeks after I get this inspected, I hear metal on metal. You know, I'm just regularly using my brakes and it's just metal grinding on metal. Weeks after the inspection. So they didn't check the brakes. They just literally didn't do it.
Yeah, passed it with brakes that wouldn't pass. And that's the point. And then, that was what led me to tell them, look, it's this way now. It needs rotors now because it's all fucked up now. But if they had caught that at the inspection, it would have just needed pads, not rotors. So the whole point is they're intentionally letting things go so that they can sit there and get more money out of you later. And this has been going on for literally as long as I can remember that this business has been doing this. Where they literally let things go on purpose for a long fucking time. Instantly the one concurrent comes back in here as I say this. One in and out. In and out. To show their presence. Yeah, and then instantly, again, no normal trending, just the same one concurrent in and out. Gee, I wonder who that is. 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 Gee, I wonder who this one concurrent is that wants to be seen leaving and coming back in the stream. Gee, I wonder. And meanwhile, if this is a scam, this shop is incredibly fucking stupid. Because now you have an owner that is, so he has his head so far up his own ass. He will never admit that his own business is doing something wrong or he's doing something. Like, that's the problem. Where he comes out there and he's talking about Trump in the lobby and stuff. And the fact that I, as a customer, would know what his political stance is, that's not good. Because now I think this. Like, it's not what you do as a business to have that stance. As a content creator, yeah, different type. But as a repair shop, no. That shouldn't be. Nobody should be able to know that. And now you cause this issue where you cause a political bias where typically the type of people that work there are now only the people that would vote a certain way. And that's the only people that feel comfortable working there. Well, maybe you have a real fucking problem with a bunch of scammers then, since that's who votes for those types of people. Yeah, a scammer votes for a scammer. Like, everybody recognizes the dipshit as somebody you shouldn't vote for, except other people that are also that way. Which is why people have stopped being friends with and separated themselves from people that still support such a piece of fucking garbage, because they are that way. Now, if you're not even checking brakes on an inspection, and you have a history of having problems with your brakes at your shop, and then a car blows up after having ABS light issues coming on, and conveniently some sort of fuel was needed, where if it was a brake line or something like that, you don't know. The problem is, again, you don't know now if it's a scammer or somebody at your shop, because again, you let that go because you determined that was safe. ABS light coming on don't mean shit, except again, now it's randomly coming on another car that has nothing to do with that brand, make, model, nothing. Literally, totally, one American made, one Korean made. And so you have these piece of shit cops that vote for Trump that just go, oh, it's a Hyundai, so therefore, because it's foreign. And meanwhile, you have one that now, it took them a little longer, but they're doing it. And the whole purpose is to literally weaponize the ability to destroy and cause problems for police vehicles, this, that, and the other thing. And meanwhile, you're too fucking stupid. You are literally too fucking stupid to recognize when it starts happening on a regular. When I say to you over and over and over, this is a problem at your shop, and you're stupid. You don't see it as a problem. Meanwhile, brake issue, brake issue, brake issue, brake issue, brake issue, brake issue. Keep coming back for brake issues. Brake issue, brake issue. Gee, I wonder whose fault that is. I wonder. Keep replacing calipers. You keep trying to say it's this. You don't fucking know. They seize up. You know how many calipers I've had seize up on me on vehicles now? Yeah, it's too many. Yep. And then they put a more expensive caliper on there because it's the better one. That's the excuse they use. So, if you remember, I was on here telling you guys how I developed a relationship with that shop, and I was on here around that same time a while ago as these things started to escalate, telling you that, it takes a lot to develop a rapport and a relationship where you can feel that you trust them, and I was speaking good about them. And then conveniently, all these things started to escalate after that with the cars and the devices. Conveniently, after that. And then all of a sudden, now we see this very obvious thing where people are liking the stream. Like we're coming back and forth on these other accounts and stuff like that. Liking the stream, coming in here on one-off accounts, one-off alts, liking the stream after taking it down to 0 concurrence, so that we can come in on our alts and like the stream pretending we're different people than this fucking scammer doing it. Meanwhile, all they are doing is confirming that they are liking the things that they are doing. And it's the same two people that have been doing it this whole time. The same two ones. They're just right on YouTube. They were right here in broad daylight chatting in my chat for the longest time, and YouTube didn't do a fucking thing. Meanwhile, they're doing all these things, illegal shit. All this organized crime right here on YouTube. very obviously stole some people's Steam accounts and they're using that. Yeah, because one thing's for sure, these people don't work for anything. Yeah, they stole that. There's no way they actually put the time and effort in to some of that shit that I saw. Yeah, there's no way they the types of people that do this. That's the point. They look at it. No, they don't work a day in their life. They just sit here and try to steal what other people work for. That's not work. Nope. It's not. It's not what it is. It's not work. You don't call it that. It's not what it is. Stealing. Yep. It's definitely stealing, which is not work. You don't call that work. That's not what work is. Work is doing a job that you know earns you money and you can feel good about, ethically good about what you do. That's work. That's a job. Stealing isn't work. It's not a job. It's just stealing. Oh, don't worry. I recorded the evidence. Yeah, you missed it. I got it. I also see what you're doing. Yep, I see. Yes. Yep, I see it. Yep. Congratulations. Yep, nobody gives a fuck. Yep. Yep. And you're the one that's the criminal. There's criminals in my stream here. There's some criminals in here. Pretty fascinating. Some scammers in the stream right here.
very triggered by that word too. Now, these scammers are very triggered by this word. Don't forget that the more you do things that escalate on stream, that show that you're using the stream to attack people, don't forget that the sheer number of times that you do that as a reaction to you reacting to being pissed off that I'm talking negative about Donald Trump, all you're doing is proving that it's terrorism. Every time you do it. Every single time it escalates. And you're police, too. So all you're going to do is end up being branded as a terrorist. Like, you're literally that fucking stupid. You're just going to be branded as a terrorist. It's literally just terrorism. The more, again, today, literally just sat there and proved to you that that happened when it happened. And it happened conveniently on this stream. It didn't happen when we weren't streaming. It happened on a stream. It happened after talking about Donald Trump, where we don't talk about him every stream. We don't. But conveniently after we talked about him, and conveniently after not being successful at censoring what I was saying and people hearing me what I was saying, all around not being successful at that, conveniently we see that happen. We see conveniently it escalate where there's an attack, where some sort of thing is damaged. That's called terrorism. That is an act of terror. You are now a terrorist. Congratulations, police. You are now terrorists. You have committed an act of terror on a citizen. Congratulations, idiots, morons, stupid fucking piece of shit terrorists. You have committed an act of terror. Because again, it's politically based. Because of your political bias and what you think of politics, you attacked somebody. Wow. And you're proceeding to continue doing it. Again, no different than anybody that drove a plane into a building on 9/11. You are no different than the people that flew a plane into the building on 9/11. You are no different than the faggots that flew a plane into the building on 9/11. You are no different than the faggots that flew a plane into the building on 9/11. No different. You are a terrorist. Because again, that is an act of terror. We're attacking people, destroying things for seemingly no reason, seemingly things that are just free speech issues, where somebody's speaking what they want to say, speaking out against tyranny, real dangers. And you feel so emotionally triggered that you attack this person. It's called an act of terror. You are literally trying to terrorize somebody using the threat of violence to get them to stop. The amount of times you've come in here and actually threatened this too is unbelievable. But the sheer number of times you've proven that you've attacked me and this channel based on political bias, based on literally just things I'm saying, because what else is on this stream? It's just me saying things. And you feel so triggered that you attack and actually do harm. And you see a result of somebody being harassed, somebody's being harassed, and you're continuing to escalate that.
You are continuing to facilitate that. That's called terrorism. Where you commit these acts of terror. You don't like what somebody's saying, so therefore you want them to stop saying it, and by threat of violence or threat of something that would lead to violence, therefore that's called an act of terror. That's called what you're doing based on what you believe. You're going to force somebody with threat of violence to... I don't know, this is terrorism. It's what police do these days. They're just terrorists. They threaten to harm people. They use violence. Hell, you call 911 anymore, and the 911 police lady is literally pissed off that you dare suggest that they send somebody out. Wow. Yeah, wow. Sounds like an angry, triggered person, is what it sounds like. And then meanwhile, I don't drive around calling cops retards and stuff like that. I generally don't do that. But as I'm conveniently having a stream titled ICE Agents Are Just MAGA Karens, after a day where I drove around and found 5 separate fucking illegal things in that same Walmart parking lot where my mom's car blew up a week prior. 5 different illegal fucking things in that parking lot. Yeah, that day I drove around looking for police while not finding a single goddamn one patrolling their town. So yeah, very obviously I uncovered some fucking stupid shit where police are not doing their jobs. They're just jerking off all day, watching YouTube. So yeah. After that, yeah. One time. And again, like I said, this was after I finished patrolling the town, and then I see a cop pull somebody over, but they pulled him over in that parking lot. The person pulled in there, and then I see the cop angrily get out of their car, very obviously aggressive in nature, slams their own door. Exactly the same fucking shit that I see all the time with police, where you escalate, you do it, you, not the other way around. You escalate people. Police are stupid and emotional. And even again, I'm sitting in my own house on my fucking bed, comfortable, thinking about this, and you hear how upsetting it is just thinking about how stupid somebody has to be to have a badge and a gun and think they represent law and order when they get out of their car with emotion like that. Just how fucking stupid that sounds to my logical brain sitting here in the comfort of my own home. That sounds so goddamn fucking stupid. It's that upsetting. Jesus Christ! The whole point is actively right now, there are people like that in that department. 5 things in that fucking lot are illegal. No cop is present. Nobody. It takes me an hour to drive around and oh yeah, finally somebody's pulling somebody over, but it's one cop. One! Meanwhile, somebody's car is blown up. Oh yeah, and then all these other cars start blowing up after this. Oh yeah, and suddenly it's not just one, isn't it? And then today we have the same symptom show up in my vehicle conveniently after a stream, and the bit rate shifting around, and then conveniently we're seeing these things show up as symptoms. We have paper trails for this at the fucking shop. ABS. This thing shows up. This thing, then the fucking thing blows the fuck up, and the dumbass motherfucking police that investigate nothing and jump to quick, sudden fucking answers and quick solutions so they can go back to doing nothing. Yep. Yeah, that's upsetting. That's why I call them fucking retards. Yes! That's fucking retarded. Yep! Meanwhile, these assholes can't even arrest somebody without bullying them, without calling them a name, without literally over their... Like, imagine that. Imagine if I just worked at a store and over the fucking walkie-talkie, I just regularly insulted people. I just regularly called the customers names. Would I be fired that day? Do you tell me if you think I'd be fucking fired that fucking day? Tell me. Tell me right now. You fucking tell me, would I be fired that motherfucking day? Because police should be held to the same goddamn standard as any fucking worker! More! Higher standards! You have a gun, asshole! Fuck you! And then you call people names after arresting them? Why? Because you're emotional? You're communicating with the station that you have so-and-so, can't call them by name, but you can call them by whatever name you normally use internally to make fun of this person. Admitting emotional input, admitting that you're stupid and can't do your job. So yeah, I call them fucking retarded, 'cause they are. They prove it every single fucking time. They do nothing. And I drive into Walmart parking lot and find 5 fucking things. 5! So yeah, the Ephrata police are pretty fucking retarded. Yep. Pretty fucking stupid. Yep. And I have a pretty good fucking reason for fucking feeling that way, you fucking stupid retards. 5 things illegal. A week after a car blows up, not a single fucking cop present anywhere. I drive all over the place, not one. And then meanwhile, an hour later, one is pulling somebody over conveniently where I can see it. Oh, imagine that. Stupid. So yes, you're emotional. Yes, you're compromised. And yes, you should absolutely
be held to any standard any worker has. You should not be able to fucking call people names. You should be investigated by Internal Affairs immediately if somebody finds evidence that you arrested somebody and then sat there in your cruiser and called them a goddamn name. You piece of fucking shit. And by the way, I will literally, if I come in contact with you, I will literally punch you so fucking hard across the goddamn face that you won't have a face any longer. I hope I never see your stupid fucking face. Because don't worry, you'll regret the fucking words, you motherfucker. And this is the point. This is the point. That should never happen. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm a citizen. You have a gun. You have a badge. You safely have the person in your vehicle, and you call them a name. No, I dare actually, no. That's you. The name that you called that person, that's actually you. You probably do those things. That's why you think it's so funny. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that. 'Cause it's not funny. There's nothing funny about that. There's nothing funny about making literally a nickname out of somebody that would do something that they were accusing. There's nothing funny and cool about that, yet these police do that. That's what they did. That's what this police officer did. Meanwhile, this piece of fucking shit has a badge and a gun. Goes to work every day. Talks about people like this. Thinks about them like that. Oh, just arrested them. They could be innocent. Meanwhile, I'm just going to call them a name and get other people to start doing this too. That officer should be fucking fired. Fucking fired. Immediately. You treat somebody that you arrest as if you're an employee at a store. And that's a customer. Yeah, we all know that. You still treat them with dignity. Because you would expect the same. You fucking piece of shit. Guess you don't deserve it. That's the difference. You don't deserve it. The moment you do that, you're undeserving. I hope you do show your face to me. I hope you do. Yeah, I really do. I hope I get a chance to literally just punch you in the fucking face so goddamn hard that, like I said, you just don't even have a fucking face anymore. And you know I could. You know I'd be capable of something like that. So yeah, I really hope I do. I'm a fucking piece of shit. Don't worry, we're just recording evidence every single time you one-off come back in the stream because based on something I say. Again, we're just sitting here recording it. Like, literally, like, you can sit here and see that there's nobody in the stream. It's just zeros the whole fucking time. That's what it's been. And as I sit here and say certain things, this triggered piece of fucking shit just comes in the fucking stream. Why are you hiding? Why are you doing everything in silent? Because you know that you can't face the battle head on because you know you'd lose? Yeah, you literally just want to control what people say. Because you're emotional. That's a real Lex Luthor situation. That was literally a real Lex Luthor situation. You're the fucking piece of shit that's too emotional to control your evil tendencies. So therefore you sit here and fucking manipulate and attack from afar because, again, you know, just like Lex Luthor, he wouldn't dare try to attack Superman head on. Nope. And so meanwhile you're sitting here left and right just fucking hiding. And the more I push, the more I sit here and I talk about that, you get triggered and you do something else and it escalates and we just have even more proof.
fuck is this?
What? Listen. What the fuck is? What is this? What is this stupid shit? Why is this so regular? Like, this is ridiculous. Are you sitting here and trying to pretend and trying to convince anybody with that ridiculous shit? Like, why? Why and how? And again, if this YouTube's trying to sit here and pretend like it's not them, how does this happen so regularly? Like, this person that I've never seen before comes in chat conveniently now when nobody's in the stream, when I was talking about this weird stuff. They have some random account that was only created like less than a year ago, and conveniently has 2 fucking shorts, like literally nothing on their channel, no content, but yet one of the shorts is literally just a thumbnail. And honestly, I didn't even watch it, but the thumbnail is literally displays their fucking Xbox username right in the thumbnail of the short. And it's almost like it's a bait channel or something. Like, why? I can't be the only. And why is this so often? Like, you really are gonna tell me? You're really trying to pretend like you created one channel less than a year ago? It has 2 random shorts on it, and one of those just happens to give away your Xbox username, and then the other one's just some random bullshit, but nothing else on the channel. And you really are trying to say that's your channel? Like, that's normal? What is this? You know that people literally, like, that's a scam. People literally steal usernames. And you're just putting yours out there. Right there in the thumbnail. How is that not a bait? How does that not look like that? And then, like, typing in chat, like unintelligible. YouTube, give me annoying. Like, what is that? What? So you want me to correct your speech so that you know how to properly say this stuff? I'm not gonna do that. You're probably like an Indian or something, right? And you want to know how to say this? I'm not gonna do that. YouTube, give me annoying. Yep, totally right. It's totally how you fucking say that. Just so fucking weird.
record the evidence of that, of you coming in the stream conveniently after I report you. If police did anything, I wouldn't literally see on a regular basis. I even posted somewhere else on social media at a different parking lot in the same county, same state, different store, yet another vehicle without just literally not inspected and sitting in a parking lot. And so like when just police are very obviously regularly not doing police things, that is, again, there it is. They're not doing their job when I am doing it, when I am pointing it out, and I can regularly notice that. And it gets worse. That's called, nope, they're stupid, and they're too busy trying to deport people that are legally allowed to be here. Because that's where all of them went. They're all driving around the country in their personal vehicles to, because they can't, it's not legal what they're doing. That's why they can't use police vehicles. Or they get a bus or something, So yeah, decisions to make, because this platform is not worth my time, and I have to make some decisions here pretty quickly. Internal Affairs is a joke. The Internal Affairs is like police investigating police, right? So it's a joke, is the point.
Doesn't actually happen. Fucking joke. Wow. No normal trending, just one. You know, I have a lot of evidence of sending in reports to YouTube and them never responding or doing anything about what I reported. I have a ton of evidence of that. And especially now where we have this person masquerading with all these alt accounts where they're just coming in chat saying things. You know, it's pretty obvious who it is, and you know, YouTube really can remove this person permanently, and they just haven't done it. So it's pretty fucking sad when you know that they are continuing to allow it to happen, knowing, you know, that it's harassing and stuff like that, knowing that it causes those things. So that makes YouTube look like they enjoy that. Look like essentially YouTube enjoys seeing people get harassed and stuff like that. And that is the case. Like, we've seen evidence of that, where they promote the streams when we're having a bad stream and or some shit's happening, they promote it then. But when we're having a good stream and we're making some points, yada yada, nope, absolutely not. They'll never promote that stuff, especially if we have a good stream. They will never promote that. It's always toxicity. Always, always, always toxicity. Nothing but toxicity. That's what they promote. Sex, gambling, toxicity.
And apparently alcohol, because I saw a very toxic, dumbass streamer talking about how he sit there and stream and drinks alcohol all the time, even though it's not legal. You can't do that. You can't just sit there and talk about how you're drinking alcohol on the stream. Can't do that. Literally not legal to do. And then the same idiot was saying, like, stupid shit and being toxic, and he's being promoted. That's what gets promoted. And he literally admits he's a toxic streamer. He's doing it on purpose. And he's like... He's probably like one of the dumbest people I've seen on the platform. Like, he's the type of guy that doesn't really know much about anything. Like, he's not really that smart, you can just tell. He plays one game. He has really stupid opinions of, like, really, really, really foolish declaratives about things that he thinks about artists and stuff. Like, just declaratives about
people. Like like just he blames an artist for, like essentially how he feels about, like the fan base or something like that. Like kind of something like that, like that's stupid, that toxic. Like for example, he said he was saying some stupid shit about how he didn't like Limp Bizkit. He never liked Limp Bizkit because when Limp Bizkit was like big and like it was like, the 90s and stuff like that, he said, everybody had to like it. And if you didn't like it, you were, picked on or something like that. Like you had to like it and everybody had to like it. Everybody had to. This is the stupid shit he was saying. This is the dumb shit this motherfucker was actually saying. At no point, let me just tell you, at no point in my life did anybody make me feel that about Limp Bizkit. At no fucking point. And this asshole, who's a streamer, who has thousands of people watching him, makes these people think this and feel this way, even though it's not true. And he's the older guy, so they just believe him. It's not the case. I'm probably as old as that guy is, yet people don't treat me that way because I don't look that way. I am almost 40. I promise you, that has never been the fucking case. Nobody sat around and literally just, like, talked about Limp Bizkit like that. And, like, the fucked up thing of it is he mentioned literally the 3 songs that I mentioned, too. Like, the 3 that I know. That I used to, like, listen to a lot. Because I'll sit here and admit to you, I'm not somebody that listened to the hell out of Limp Bizkit. I listened to 3 songs. And yeah, I liked them. They were decent. But I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend to you like I'm a huge Limp Bizkit fan and listen to the hell out of them. And like I was forced to. No, clearly I wasn't. I had friends that liked Limp Bizkit, were huge fans of Limp Bizkit. They didn't force it on me, that's for damn sure. And it was conveniently Rollin', Nookie, and Take a Look Around. And he couldn't even name Take a Look Around, which tells me he was watching my stream. He literally is just saying opposite of what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. He sits here and he watches my streams and he gets the ideas off me and he literally just says the opposite. That's what he's doing. And that's the point. I started picking up on a bunch of people that were doing that. It's not just him. It's literally so fucking many people on this platform. This is what we've picked up on. They're literally just watching us and then saying the opposite. Like, if people don't like us, they just say the opposite. And then people are like, ha 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 ha. And then YouTube promotes that. It's just not even true, though. And let me just tell you, Limp Bizkit himself, like Fred Durst himself, first of all, he's a pretty nice guy. Secondly, the dude worked with some top-level musicians. Like his guitarist, nobody questions that. Nobody questions the drummer. The music spoke for itself. Take a Look Around was fucking amazing because the album was amazing. The drum work, the guitar, like it was phenomenal. I don't have to be a Limp Bizkit fan to respect it. And so, like, just the fact that, like, he says these things that people just want to say where it's toxic and sounds funny and quick and dismissive. I feel like people would be, like, really taken back if they saw him live and they'd feel bad about saying those things. Because, first of all, he don't look the same anymore. He looks like, like a dad or something. He's got this beard. He doesn't look at all the same. But it's still him. He's still got the same energy. And, again, I'm not even a fan. I'm sitting here admitting to you I could name 3 songs off the top of my head. Because those are the ones I heard. It was just not what my friends listened to. And no, again, the point was I wasn't forced to like it or felt that way. So this guy's just making shit up, and people just latch onto it. And it sounds believable, but it's toxic is the point. And then so maybe a bunch of people believe this and start sort of going online and memeing toxicity about Fred Durst all of a sudden, you know, or something like that. Like, this is the point. This is how stupid shit starts. Just because some stupid ass fucking streamer said something that wasn't true. And it's a lot like the Asmongold thing where I call him out, where he sits here and he talks about politics, but he says things that are just blatantly not true. He just fucking makes shit up. Now, he doesn't make a habit of it, but I will, again, I called him out when he was wrong about something, and he knows it. And I don't know if he took the stream down or whatever, but I doubt it. Even after being called out on something and he's wrong, he don't typically, I don't know, man. Again, like, he sat there and said up and down that Trump, you know, stopped that one war, you know, like, stopped the war, you know, he'd started the ceasefire and stuff, and then meanwhile, it was actually Biden's ceasefire. And so, like, that's the point. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna talk about like a big deal or anything, but the point is, he did that. He made that foolish mistake. And then if you're not gonna sit there and backpedal and come and say I was wrong and stuff like that, and like make sure that you're right about more things, you're not doing it right. You're sitting there and you're just believing you're right about everything. The moment you don't do that, the moment is the moment that you've proven to everybody else that you don't get it, that he's not the guy. Interesting. By the way, just so y'all know, this one concurrent that's coming back and forth that I keep saying is the same concurrent it's not anybody new. They are listening and hiding that view while listening somehow. And again, that's the point. I can see this. I can see that the view is not being counted in any additional times. The same person is just constantly back in the stream. Back in the stream. Back in the stream. And we know who it is. We know who it is. We've already talked about this. We know who it is. Now, I told you the scam. I already told you this. And they keep breaking up what I'm saying, you know, while we're live and stuff like that, so you can't hear it. So you couldn't hear it earlier. That was the whole point, was to censor what I'm saying. But, you know, I've already done enough to sit here and try to prove this to you. I've proven plenty. I've proven to you that AT&T is aware of this and they don't know. I've proven to you that there's a constant connection with my cellular data, even though the data's turned off. In a Faraday bag, I can still call the phone even though the phone is completely submerged in a Faraday bag, which would in fact block all wireless communication to the device. So, the fact that that is happening means somebody is using, again, illegal wire fraud to literally just have a constant monitor on my device, constant connection, regardless of whether the data is turned off or not. And this is how they are sitting here manipulating the stream and things like that. And again, remember all the things they broke in the process. You know, breaking various phone features and stuff like that that would protect, when you're in areas that this would be unsafe to other people. The whole point is that they are trying to cause these things to happen to, cause people a bunch of money and to possibly harm people. And, the whole point is it's a cancel culture, like I said, to pit everybody against each other and get you to think it's this and this and this, and get you to hate that, and then switch to the next thing, and then they just do it to that thing. So it takes the people at the business to believe it's happening, recognize it, actually get behind it, investigate it with seriousness instead of mocking, instead of it's not happening, instead of being stupid. Because that's what's going on. Nobody taking things seriously. Where we have definitive proof over and over and over. I can't fake an ABS light. I can't randomly make my traction control turn on when it doesn't turn on. When I'm literally stopped. And then stay on for the rest of the car ride. I can't do that. That comes on in flashes. It doesn't stay on for the rest of the car ride. And then the ABS light just staying on. Just like another ABS light that stayed on. Stayed on. Stayed on. Stayed on. Stayed on. Escalated. Staying on. Escalated. Staying on. Car blows up. And the dumbass police can't recognize melted battery terminals when they see them. This is how stupid the police are. The police don't investigate anything. At least the effort police don't. And they don't recognize melted battery terminals. I had experts look at those pictures, and every single expert that looked at them determined the exact thing I determined. Yup! Those battery terminals were fucking melted. And all it takes is for this retard police organization to confirm how stupid they are to these scammers doing this. To literally stand there and just do what they always do and quickly dismiss as this. And then for them to just state what it is, and then this scammer knows forever they're just gonna do this. So they can just endlessly blow up cars and attack people, and the dumb fucking police do nothing. And meanwhile, cars just blow up, and they're too stupid to actually investigate. They're literally zero investigation. Literally just labeling it as oh, it's a Korean car. Duh, they blow up. Duh. That's literally what the retard said over the phone. Don't Aren't Hyundais prone to catch fire? Duh! Literally said that over the phone. Aren't they known to catch fire? That's what the retard police officer said over the... Literally, this fucking guy that's supposed to be smart and investigating this, and that's what he said. That. Aren't they, question, prone to fires? Literally doesn't know, states it as a question. Holy fucking shit, what a dumb fuck. So yeah, I'm pissed off, and yeah, I think you're fucking retarded. Yup. What you do with that is up to you. You want to keep attacking and harassing people? Okay. Let the country crash and burn. Keep being stupid and not protecting and serving. Or you can actually listen to the call. You can rise to the challenge and go, yeah, those words don't affect me. I'll investigate even though he's calling me stupid. Because you fucking should. You shouldn't allow what somebody says to emotionally impact you. Retard. God. It's like every cop in the country suddenly became personally responsible. Like seriously, it's suddenly like every cop in the country suddenly became personally affected and emotionally started responding to the video evidence of the stupid cop that heard an acorn hit his vehicle, fell to the ground, and unloaded an entire fucking magazine into the back of his own fucking cruiser. Because the retard was too retarded during a moment where he thought he was under duress. He wasn't actually under duress. He thought he was under duress. Responded emotionally instead of rationally and logically, threw himself on the ground, and then responded again emotionally, irrationally, unloading his clip into the car. Again responded emotionally, irrationally, while communicating to the other officer. Shots fired. Again has responded emotionally, irrationally, while continuing to lay there and use that CB to call it in, saying shots fired, yada yada yada, all the shit that he did after that. Every fucking little thing. And it's almost like every emotional cop around the fucking country started immediately just coming out of the woodwork. 'Cause yeah, you know how emotional you are. You know, you all were put on full blast when that guy did that. You all know that internal affairs is a joke, and suddenly they realized it. And, that's the end of that. You know? They started following up, they started looking into things, and suddenly, oh, now you're trying to blame it on this, and this, and this, and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Imagine being the one that didn't lose it. Imagine how frustrating that is.
A fucking trash platform. And like I said, I have some decisions to make here about how to proceed. And if you think that police aren't silently looking into you when they shouldn't be, oh, they are. There's this thing that used to be in place during any administration that had ethics and held people accountable. And now those restrictions aren't in place. Now the police can sit here and use AI and all these spying tools under the Trump administration. And where there's no regulation, they're sitting here trying to just have any reason to pull Democratic voters off the street and stuff like that, where they're limiting the amount of people voting for that side. This person keeps coming back because the point is they keep thinking the stream ended. Because they've been sitting here doing things to the stream to remove their views and all evidence of their views after the stream ends. That's what they've been doing. Trash platform. Wasting my fucking time.